Boris, Becker, Holger, Rune partnership, but you could also tell me about, Holger and 2024 and maybe where he could go and where maybe he needs to improve.
Yeah, I think Boris is a great addition to his team. You've got Holger, who's a young player, somewhat of an impulsive player, unbelievably good at coming forward. This is who Medvedev should look at and just go and look at Holger Rune playing, because anything a little bit short, Holger's all over the net. So, that's Boris brings credibility to win big titles. When you've got a coach, this great picture you've got there, when you're looking in your coach's eyes and your coach has been number one, your coach has won multiple Grand Slams, has been an icon of our sport from a young age, I think it's a great mix. And, Boris is coming out of personal troubles, and for him to be, readily accepted by the rest of the tennis community and tennis fraternity straight back on tour. Boris was so engaging at Turin. I was in the front row. He was about 15 seats down on my right, and he was standing constantly. To start with, I thought, well, his leg's sore. He needs to stand because, his knee's bad. But, he brought so much energy to Holger and so much positive energy, but also strength as well. So I think that is a really good connection. I think Holger will benefit from that for sure. And I think Holger Rune has an excellent year next year, a really good year. He's got such a good all-court game, probably the best all-court game since Federer retired. So his ability to jump on a short ball, his ability to attack, his ability to serve and volley, his ability to come forward with a forehand down the line when standing with 2 feet behind the baseline is probably the gold standard right now. And he just needs, the forehand can get a bit impulsive. He can spray a bit with that. He can get too antsy when things aren't going his way. You can see them, the nerves go up a little bit. He just needs to stay calm. He needs to chill. He needs to breathe. He needs to take his time. There's nothing that there's no problem that he needs to solve. He just needs to not beat himself. And those are the messages that he needs to really take on board for next year. And, he at some stage next year, he could be number 2 in the world, challenging Novak for number 1.
Okay. What is it must be like almost 4 hours. What is the time? Like 3:40?
Yeah, probably about 4 hours. Can Taylor still just maintain a bit of belief?
Oh, wow. What a finish.
Okay.
We still have a bit of belief, but Vansh immediately
extinguished it. Yeah.
Tells us no.
It's
we were still believing. No, of course we weren't.
It's them. You know it.
Taylor looking a bit dejected, understandably, but
yeah. But honestly, he didn't do anything wrong today.
Yeah, this was actually a good performance by him. I don't think he'll have
very good.
Yeah,
and as a whole, this Australian Open, I mean, he was almost out to Diaz Acosta in round 1, and then he plays 3 great matches in a row. Really, maybe 4 even if you count the Gaston.
Honestly, it looked like he might retire in that Diaz Acosta when he turned his ankle and then he had the injury timeout. It was not looking good at all. Yeah, and then of course even against Marozsan, right? Like he was down a set and then he got broken when he served for the second set at 5-3. Marozsan breaks him back and you're thinking, oh wow, what if Marozsan goes up 2 sets above? But
yeah, that was a really good showing, as a whole after that. So.
And then you just destroyed Holger Gaston. Destroys Gaston, and then obviously those last 2 sets against Tsitsipas were. Yeah,
which I guess against Gaston you don't really look at that much. You see that score and you're like, I mean, it's Gaston, huge power difference. It can happen. But once he actually beats Marozsan and he does it in the last 2 sets, playing pretty insane, just maintains that quality until the end. The body didn't really hold up today in the last 2 sets, maybe especially the last one. But of course, he was playing Djokovic, and like for 2 sets at least, he was absolutely he was almost even with him. Let's call it like that. Like,
I mean, the first 2 sets were like, wow.
He was, of course, saving all these breakpoints, so that was keeping him in it. But he was like pretty much even with Novak for a long while.
Yeah.
Now, Yannick, over to you. You've got to do this.
First, Barbora.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just talking about the. So Djokovic has never had.
Yes, we need Djokovic dinner.
With so many breakpoints and unconverted.
With non-converted, but that's
Paris Bercy. Yeah, I remember that match.
Obviously, that didn't happen. Yeah, still won it though, despite going 0-12. So
Federer had a set point on his serve in the first set tiebreak. Yeah,
I don't even know.
Oh no! Wait. Okay, wait. So Djokovic is getting interviewed by Kyrgios.
Oh no!
Kyrgios is doing the on-court interview.
The besties.
There's going to be some romance here, and it's like Djokovic is a full-on Nole fan now.
All right, I'm off now. I might be a bit late for the next one, but I will be there.
Yeah, no worries. What was
that? Are you going to do a critique of Sabalenka? You're going to see
I'm doing it.
Barbora in the full flesh.
I'm looking forward to Daniil.
I'll be there, but if I'm like 10 minutes late, don't worry, I'll be there.
Yeah,
I just have to write something up quickly, a preview for Medvedev Hurkacz. So I'll see.
Just before you go, Vanch, what was that you just said? I heard you say something.
Oh no, I was just looking at Kyrgios interviewing him.
Oh, okay, something about Kyrgios. All right, listen, Vanch, we can wrap this up, but because I need to just have a break before the next one. What's he got to say? Hang on.
I'm probably going to get going, actually. So.
Kyrgios is on court.
Yeah. Hopefully with a racket also soon. We miss Nick. Come on, guys.
We miss Nick. What a turnaround from Nick calling him a tool a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
What was the question about? Okay, it was about me. Man. I suffered a lot first couple of sets, also due to his high-quality tennis. He was serving well. He was staying close to the line. He was really kind of suffocating me from back of the court. I was, most of the rallies on my back foot. It was really difficult to find the right timing. It was extremely hot while the sun was still out there. Physically very draining, emotionally as well. Huge round of applause for Fritz for a great performance today and also this tournament. He's played amazing tennis.
So you were actually 0 from 15 break points today, and that was the first time ever in your career you weren't able to take one. How were you able to keep bouncing back? And, because he was serving great today. I sat in that box for 4 hours, by the way, commenting. You were blowing me kisses and you were sticking your tongue out. But, 0 from 15. How'd you keep bouncing back?
Felt like playing you, man, with your serve. Taylor, we all know Taylor has got one of the best serves in the world. He's had one of the best serves for many years. And when he's feeling it, I saw him playing Tsitsipas a few days ago, and he was serving extremely well. So I knew the kind of a threat he poses when he serves on such a high quality. Conversion of the break points was really poor. I think it was 4 for 21 today, but I think in the end of the day, I managed to break him when it mattered, in the third and the fourth. I think I upped my game probably in midway to the third set, all the way to the end. I served extremely well. I think I had probably even more aces than he did, which is a surprise stat. But
he did? Oh,
did he?
This kind of matchup.
I didn't know that.
Because he was behind at 1.128, but
he did overtake him in the last 2 sets. So 2016.
So your next match is either between Yannick Sinner or Andrei Rublev, and you're going to keep them here till late tonight, by the way, because they're still going to be playing tonight.
Are you doing that match?
No. I'm going to bed.
Okay.
But thoughts on that? Sinner had some success against you to the end of last year, but some 2 young guns there.
Hello, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, so different matchup. Obviously, both Sinner and Rublev are in great form. You know, I watched.
That's a question when you don't know what to ask.
Yeah.
You don't ask that, really.
The quickest.
Ready? Play.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever time it is in the world, wherever you are tuning in from. Medvedev has won the first point, by the way, on the Hurkacz serve. As you can see from that tweet that I'm sharing, Yastremska is already through, having won the first match of the day. So 15-all, Hurkacz Medvedev now, because Hurkacz has won the next point. I'm tuning in. So let's get this underway, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? Having a little snack, if you don't mind. 15-all here on the Hurkacz serve as they exchange backhands. I've gone for a Medvedev win. Do let me know in the live chat who you are tipping to win. It's now 15:30, by the way. Well, snacks are done. Gone. Hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. Backhand to backhand now. Forehand Hubert. Backhand Hurkacz. Down the line. Nice change of direction there. Oh, 2 break points already. I said Medvedev was going to win this. I told you. You were not listening. Well, maybe you were. I don't know. $15.40. Slightly nervous looking at Medvedev team, but they shouldn't be right now. I mean, 15.40. Hurkacz goes long on the first serve. Forehand return. Forehand again. Backhand from Hurkacz. Backhand Medi. Forehand now to the forehand of Hurkacz. Just getting his body in position here. Deep into the rally. This is kind of good news for Medvedev. Very good news for Medvedev. He breaks. 1-love. Boom, boom, boom. What a start for the 2021 Australian Open finalist. And of course, the 2021 US Open winner. 1-love, he leads. Let me know in the live chat. I posited this earlier. Alcaraz would prefer to play Medvedev. Zverev would rather play Hurkacz. For what it's worth. This 3-2 head-to-head, by the way, as well, I think, first of all, it's close, okay? It's not definitive. Secondly, they haven't played for 2 years, okay? Thirdly, 2 of these 5 matches came on grass, and they both went the way of Hurkacz. So when we look at their hard court head-to-head, 2-1 in the favor of Medvedev. For what it's worth, just letting you know. There's the wolf whistling support for Yastremska from Hubert. Here's the Zverev Alcaraz head-to-head, which is 4-3 in favor of the German. Zverev winning their most recent encounter on the indoor hard in Turin. Double fault for Medvedev, and that is a characteristic of his game, which seems to be getting worse. Look at this Djokovic-Sinner poll. Very close, but slightly more in favor of Jannik. So, love 15 here on the Hurkacz serve. Sorry, on the Medvedev serve. Backhand there is good depth from Hurkacz, is that? No, too long, 15 all. all, people. Read that across the bottom. It says hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you are new. Forehand Medvedev, forehand Hurkacz here. Backhand from Hurkacz goes into the net. Forehand here, forehand from each player. Now Hurkacz comes in on the attack, wins the point, 30 all. Poor Andre Rublev there, looking rather glum in his defeat to Jannik Sinner, meaning he has now lost 10 out of 10 quarterfinals. Someone who has a much better quarterfinal record is Daniil Medvedev at slams, and Daniil Medvedev is now 40-30 on his serve, so he has a game point for a 2-love lead. Ooh, forehand winner there for for Hubert Hurkacz, so we're at deuce. So can Hurkacz push Medvedev even more? He's got a second serve to look at. Are we going to see another double fault? We've already seen one in this game. Beardy coach mine. And it is another double fault. So we've got a break point for Hubert Hurkacz. The return king. 2 double faults now for Medvedev. From 7 serves, I'm going to say. Backhand return. Backhand from Medvedev. Nice slice there from Hurkacz. They're into an exchange here. Slice again from Hurkacz. I wonder if we'll see a few more slices today from the pole. But this time he goes long. Oh, hello.
Hello, hello.
A fairly weird start to the match from both players, I would say.
Okay.
2 double faults for Medvedev. Medvedev broke in the first game, but now we've had two double faults in this game from Medvedev. There is something about Medvedev and double faulting, isn't it? It feels like it's become a thing in recent years.
He's the second, let's say, most most prolific double faulter in the top 50 besides Alexander Bublik.
Oh, little net caught there.
Did he
Oh,
find
no.
it?
He got a net call, but I don't know if he found it or not.
No,
waiting to find out.
apparently no.
Yeah, I thought he didn't. Yeah, prolific is one way of putting it. Prone to is probably the correct term in your non-native tongue.
First of all, I wanted to say something that's not maybe viable for YouTube now to you, because obviously I use the term prolific as a bit of a laugh. But
yeah, I know. Oh, you did it as a laugh. Oh, okay. Oh, Terry and I have been together for the last 15 minutes or so, ever since we went live. Doesn't say anything. You turn up, 30 seconds later, he says, "Hi, Damien."
Hi, Terry.
He was with me.
He's used to you. I mean, you're
Yeah,
the
well, we
founder.
just had an hour and a half together for the first semi-final, quarterfinal of the day. Beardy coach, man. I've missed him since the United Cup.
Beardy coachman.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there was a lot of
fair.
beards. There was a lot of beards on those benches during the United Cup, it felt like. Hey, X Trillion to Z, a newbie to me. Do hit subscribe if you can. Game point here, Medvedev. Yeah, so at least two double faults in this game from Daniil. A few slices from Hurkacz, and it reminded me of an old tactic I used to see used deployed against Medvedev years ago, which was to slice like mad. But maybe that was just the US Open final of 2019 that made me think that way. Best slices on the men's tour, top 50 wise. Dimitrov is in that conversation.
No, for
Fucsovic.
sure. Fucsovic, I don't think he's in the top 50.
Oh, he might not be the top 50, all right. Top 100 then.
Yeah, around 70-ish probably.
Rafa?
Really?
He's good.
Besides, that's not even top 100. I mean, of course it's good, but it's not like one of his biggest strengths. Like, that's not the shot you think of.
No, it's not. But he's decent. It's not an issue for him. It's more than not an issue. It's decent.
Dan Evans.
Dan
Max
Evans.
Purcell. Jordan Thompson.
Yeah, Thompson's all right. Medvedev did indeed hold in the end.
So you've spent the day together with Terry, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not
watching
judging.
Solid Yastremska. I've seen Yastremska put in 3 slightly different performances, but often maybe tailored towards her opponent. Against Marketa Vondrousova, she played well, but she was solid, and that's all she needed to be because Marketa wasn't at the races. Against Azarenka, she just went for it in a big way and got the rewards because she played really, really well and kind of blew Azarenka off the court. And she kept her nerve at the end. She also kept her nerve at the end nicely today as she was serving out. And she only got broken once. And again, she went back to sort of solid mode today. I didn't feel as though she was just overpowering Noskova and just whacking everything she possibly could like she did at times against Azarenka. But there was a control to her today. Maybe she sensed something from Noskova in that Noskova was just off it. She had her radar not functioning, especially in terms of her length. Oh, look, is one of your cousins there? An aging cousin.
I didn't even see the person in question, but I'm assuming it was just someone with a Polish flag or Polish colors.
Lots of colors. Hat, jacket, t-shirt.
Fair enough.
We belong to Damien t-shirt.
Yeah, I probably don't have any single item like that, so I just gave it all away to my cousin, who was going to Melbourne to support Hubert Hurkacz, the mighty Pole.
I'm sure that that's nice, yeah. I'm sure that the streets of Poland have been just non-stop talk and excitement, but also full of anxiety regarding this particular encounter. I hate Medvedev t-shirts have been printed out. AO Champion 2024 Hubie t-shirts.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I've seen some tweets about Hurkacz being a dark horse. Well, by the time you're in the quarterfinals, everyone can win the event. I mean, it's just 3 matches, but I wouldn't say he's the most likely player. Definitely not.
Right. I mean, it's difficult to say dark horse because you're in the quarterfinals, as you say, and for many people, he's a 50-50 shot here.
And you're also the 9th seed.
Yeah, the 9th seed. Yeah. Let me just try and. I know we've had some of the quarterfinals already, but Fritz immediately comes to mind as number 8, but that's because of who he's playing. Rublev 7. Hurkacz would be 5 or 6, maybe 6.
Yeah.
Medvedev 5.
5 or 6 is fair, I think.
Zverev would be ahead of him, I think. If you ignore the opponents,
debatable.
He's higher ranked. He beat him recently at the United Cup.
Well, I mean, he beat him 2 match points.
Yeah,
in the second set for a straight set win, but Zverev was definitely the better player there overall.
Yeah, he
Hurkacz
was
just winning all the big points until the second set tiebreak.
Yeah. 4 would be Medvedev. 3.
The person we're watching right now. Yeah.
Yes, 3 Sinner, I guess. 2 Alcaraz, 1 Djokovic. So yeah, the dark horse would have been Fritz or Rublev.
Probably
the 2 losers from yesterday.
I guess, given that every single top contender is still in the draw, then probably I can actually understand that.
Actually, the last 8 was really, really strong. There's not and this is nothing against Aslan Karatsev, who I think arguably pushed Novak more than most that particular year in 2021, or certainly more than Medvedev did in the final.
Did he?
I don't know. Maybe it was because of my expectation was Aslan was low, and I thought, oh, hang on, he's doing all right here.
It was barely a match.
Yeah, but then the final.
How many games did he win? How many games did he win? Like 9. Yeah, Medvedev after the opener was barely a match too. No, I mean, it's definitely a bit of a boring lineup, but then again, Djokovic,
not exciting. I'm not saying that.
They've played so many matches recently that it's kind of fine if we get another Alcaraz or against Djokovic or Sinner in the final as well. That's really fine too. So, but yeah, it is one of the most usual, normal quarterfinal lineups. Which means that if you have no balls, then your bracket was gonna be good.
Yeah. Oh, talking of no balls predictions, I mean, Vanch, and boldest prediction ever.
On the women's, it didn't work out.
But it's not bold.
Not spectacularly.
But it's not bold. It's not bold.
That you don't get his argument that it never really happened.
No, that's absolutely irrelevant, because when you make your prediction, you look at an individual line of matches, okay? And you get to your quarterfinal or semi-final? I think he was talking about semi-final prediction, and you might have the seeds 1, 2, 3, and 6, and we can go through the entire of history and go, how often has 1, 2, 3, and 6 got there? And it might have happened once in the last 30 years. It might have happened 3 times in the last. I don't know. But if I went to the bookmakers and I said, here are my 4 semi-finalists, give me some odds, they would probably say 25-1, something like that, right? Every single combination in the draw would be better odds than 25-1 than that. That would be the most likely 4 in the semi-finals.
Yeah,
So it's not.
given that in both draws it has to happen,
If I went there with 4 wild cards, which is bolder, 4 wild cards in the semi-finals, or seeds
Well,
1 to 4?
of course, 4 wildcards, but
Exactly.
we're talking about something that never happened anyway. So
Right. So my key word in that prediction is bold. It's not a bold prediction. It's the
well,
least bold.
not for a single draw, but like if you combine it for both women's and men's, that no top 8. Anyway, he got
Therefore,
it. It was wrong. So
but therefore every prediction is bold. Every single if we just go on numbers, because that's what that's the argument. It's like
to be honest, yeah.
this combination of 4 numbers just doesn't happen. It's true. Well, nor does 1, 17, 31, and 83 or whatever. If you just look at numbers, but we don't look at numbers because we have a
I mean,
history.
no one is gonna be looking at like 83 and
Exactly.
even lower seeds as a potential pattern, but like all top 8 seed, both for top 4 seeds making it through. But yes, indeed, I mean that kind of means that every other one is probably bolder,
Right.
But well, he failed.
Yeah.
And then failed in a way that I guess I wasn't really expecting. I was expecting the fail to come maybe someplace else. Yeah,
with Swiatek, I thought she wouldn't win the tournament, but I just didn't know where she would fall. Hey, X Trillion to Z, asking for a shout out. I hope you subscribe for that shout out.
You better be. It better be.
I don't think they did. Or they've already subscribed. It hasn't gone up anyway.
Well, the early days of this match certainly aren't looking that great for Hurkacz, but of course there's so much time, and there's gonna be a lot of physical rallies where they just drag each other over the court.
Yeah,
should be pretty easy for Hurkacz finally to attack the net for the first time in his career, because of course, we often complain about it, that with his forehand technique, it's just tough to play an approach shot, but against Medvedev, you have so much space to do it.
Talking of attacking the net, the ball just got stuck in the net.
Yes, the ball chose to attack the net.
Yeah, you're right, Sean. Guilty. Sean is in the UK, I think, which must be like 3:22 in the morning.
Yeah, Sean. That's true. I sometimes laugh. I mean, of course, that's important, but sometimes when I hear that, subscribe and things. But I also did that. I mean, recently I've been mentioning that as we had that quest.
Mm-hmm.
I've definitely been doing that as well. After a while, you just sort of start turning everything into content. It becomes like second nature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two free. Ace out wide. Hurkacz. 23 minutes. Yeah, still not one break, but it's gonna be a bit of a long ass, slow-paced match, I suppose, other than their peak serves. So maybe it's still okay.
Oh, here's something.
Yeah.
Here's something that I was saying, and I'm kind of putting aside the head-to-heads because I actually think that there's the even this head-to-head, there's a little bit of deception because 2 of them, the 5 matches came on grass, and now that 2 of the 3 that Hubie won. In addition, though, that's not the point I want to make. I think that Alcaraz would maybe rather play Medvedev than Hurkacz, even though he has a much more favorable head-to-head against Hurkacz.
I think it's a stretch, but did you see the stat that we just had on our screens?
No, because I'm making a coffee.
Basically, in rounds 1 to 4, Medvedev was returning first serves 6 meters behind the baseline. Today, he's just 2. And second serves in rounds 1 to 4, he was returning about 4 or 5 meters behind the baseline. Today, he's basically on it.
Okay. Is he worried about Hubie's drop shot?
I don't know.
I mean, is he because he's spooked by the conversation he had with Jim Courier?
Was that last round? I guess it was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, after the Borges win.
I don't know, but yeah,
Borges did a lot of drop shots.
That's something for him, that he's able to step up and actually be okay with the timing, because most of the
Maybe
time
he's
that's
practicing for Carlos. Maybe he's so confident of a win here, and he's so certain that Carlos is going to be Zverev.
And I, by the way, don't think the head-to-head is misleading at all, because even when they're playing on hard courts, I mean, Hurkacz has that match in Canada where he wins like 55% of total points and loses, but otherwise it's 1-1 as well. So
the other thing I was going to say, so I said that Alcaraz would rather play Medvedev than Hurkacz. I then switched it with Zverev, saying Zverev would rather play Hurkacz to Medvedev.
no, that's actually quite that sounds very realistic to me.
But I'm kind of ignoring, as I say, the head-to-heads. I'm just thinking that, I'm sure that Medvedev has a favorable head-to-head over Zverev.
But that's what you're going for with Hurkacz. I mean,
am I okay?
Well,
I'm
not
head-to-heads
as in not the score, but you're going for, like, you know, how comfortable they're going to be.
Yes, matchup-wise, yeah. But I'm not. The reason why I'm saying I'm ignoring the head-to-head is because, one, I didn't look at the Medvedev and Zverev head-to-head nor the Hurkacz one, and I'm certainly ignoring the head-to-head results when it comes to Alcaraz and Hurkacz, for example, because he got a 4-0, I think. But Hurkacz could have and should have won that one in Cincinnati.
And maybe even Canada. I mean, of course, you never want to play Hurkacz. I guess even Medvedev gives you more rhythm. Well, he actually gives you quite a lot of rhythm, actually. So, sure. I think when it comes to Zverev, that's kind of given that he would like to play Hurkacz. With Alcaraz, yeah, I think he still like to play Hurkacz. I mean, just overall the worst player. I mean, he's gonna be afraid of something like the U.S. Open again. But it's definitely closer. Red Foo is in the crowd, but not with Victoria Azarenka.
Who's in the crowd?
It's the guy from LMFAO who used to, like, be friends or date Victoria Azarenka. Who knows? I think officially they're actually dating. He has like curly hair.
Oh, okay. I saw this
curly
guy.
hair.
Curly hair. What national? Oh, this guy dating Azarenka, really?
Yeah.
Was he American?
I don't even know. I mean, I think he's a native speaker of English. I doubt he's from another country, but I don't know. I would assume he's from the United States. I don't know.
So is he a singer? Is he or?
Yeah, of sorts. It's like parodies, sort of like party songs, something like that. Used to be very popular in like the early 2010s with classics like "I'm Sexy and I Know It" or
I know that one.
Anthem. Yeah,
I know that one.
And he used to like spend a lot of time with Azarenka. Yeah.
Oh.
What's your reaction supposed to mean?
It means that. Yeah.
Did I just see it? Yeah. Okay.
So we're back on serve.
wasn't a
Terry Stone.
deadish net court. Medvedev actually catches it with his racket, but he can't let it back in play. Oh, and the King of Poland is also there. Nice.
Really?
Yeah. There's this guy sitting in a crown in
Oh, okay, okay.
and in like this ritualistic, I don't know, like this traditional outfit. It's interesting, yeah. But
Look at Hurkacz apologizing for the net cord there.
how dare he?
So, if Medvedev and Alcaraz were to win, that would be a repeat semi-finals of Wimbledon. It would be 3 of the 4 semi-finalists from the US Open. Two of the 4 from the French Open. And I think 1 of the 4 from Australia a year ago. Just a little bit of predictability right now at the top of men's tennis. But then perhaps it's always been that way, bearing in mind the lot that preceded this was the big 3.
And people are going to complain about it, people like me. But then again, if there's no predictability and Diana Yastremska makes the semifinals, then people are also going to complain about it. So
no, I think I'm more on board with that.
With what?
With some unpredictability and random semi-finalists.
You might be, but of course you're going to see it a lot.
My only, as long as we get competitive, interesting, high-quality matches, it doesn't matter if it's Bob Smith against David Chokowski, whoever they are.
That's your opinion. You know, you're certainly going to find a lot of people on the internet who say that WTA is trash because one of Yastremska, Karinskaya, or Zheng. And honestly, even all of these tweets that often show up, like when Pegula and Rybakina go out, for example, and you get these tweets, one of these players will make the semifinals. Like they're borderline, sort of disrespectful. Borderline.
Yeah,
I think it's fine. Yes, of course, it's a big opportunity for everyone. So I think it's fine, but they are like borderline. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Look at what chaos. Look at this trash that can make the semifinal. Of course, it all depends on like what your motives are, and I think that for the most part, people just, of course, want to point out that these players have never been at a stage like this, so it's a massive opportunity.
I think it's obviously the key is the fact that it's at a particular stage. It's quite, because you don't put a lot of the average casual observers might not realize with the draw and stuff. And, you see a few shocks, but you might still go, well, Goff is still there. Krejcikov has won a slam before. And you see Sabalenka's
obviously. But clearly wasn't ready to win another one,
No, I know, but I'm just trying to put an argument for No, but I'm just saying big names that people will know. But what they don't realize is they're all in the same half of the draw. So when you see draws blown open, it's because they've all dropped in the top half, if you like. Or when it came to Wimbledon last year, you just had no one in the top half. I say no one. The eventual winner came from the top half, but
I mean, Svitolina was also there.
Yeah, but Svitolina was a slightly different player to what we then saw since then. I don't think many people were thinking Svitolina is going to win Wimbledon.
Well, definitely not. But like she made the quarters at the French,
Yeah, but that was a surprise to me.
Yeah, like the French, yes, the French was a surprise, but after that, I mean, just less so. And
that top half was nothing compared to the bottom half in terms of pedigree or even likelihood.
Yes, but I think it's here. The top half is definitely more of a chaotic one than it was at
because of Swiatek and Rybakina's departure. But I'm talking about the beginning of the tournament before a ball had even been struck at Wimbledon. That top half was like.
And I don't remember who was in the second quarter, I guess, but like Swiatek was there as well. So
that's right, which is what skews it. When you have somebody who is the world number 1, but just has no pedigree, barring a junior title on grass.
No, but like everyone was. By the time we had Wimbledon, everyone was expecting her to go deep.
I wasn't expecting her to win the title. I thought she might get to semis or final. I thought she might go deep because of the draw.
Yeah.
And that's my point.
But
The top half
she was still
weak.
there, right? Yeah, but she was still there.
Because she had a nice draw.
So like her departure here also doesn't mean that much, because in the semis or the final, her chances wouldn't have been that good anyway.
No, but
with
the top
the
half
current
is
set of
strong.
semifinals, yes.
But the
With
top
the
half
current
is strong
set.
here. Top half.
So it's basically a
was strong
question of Rybakina, I guess.
Ostapenko,
Penko. Yeah, depends how seriously we treat her.
Azarenka.
It's like Azarenka isn't really like a huge contender anymore, right? I mean, maybe
No,
only in Australia, maybe.
She might
but
exactly Australia. That's the thing.
Maybe, but that's really a maybe. Like last year, she literally had one good event.
The top half here was stronger than the top half at Wimbledon.
As a whole, yeah. But
I
I
looked
think
at
that's
that-
mostly a Rybakina thing.
Yeah, and that can change everything. But also, you put on Hubert in the bottom half of the draw at Wimbledon, and you throw in Rybakina and Sabalenka.
Jabeur was also in the bottom half here.
Who, sorry?
Jabeur was also in the bottom half.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that's different because this is coming into the Australian Open. I don't count her as being a big, strong player.
If she was in good form, yes, but no.
No, not compared to Wimbledon.
Not at the moment.
But she's not winning a hardcourt slam.
I think it's a little like her chances of winning hardcourt slam are very underrated to me. I don't fully understand why people just write her off completely. I mean, depends on the form, of course. Here I was writing her off completely because she was playing Andreeva in the second round, but yeah, I mean, she did make the US Open final.
Yeah. Slower
and was very close in the second set.
Yeah.
It's not that slow. It's a little slower than here, but definitely sped it up in the last few years. There was an opportunity for Hurkacz the previous game of 30, but I don't think it ever really got to something on any of the next points, really. Will it indeed be a net point from Hurkacz? Well, it's just a smash, but I mean, he should have a slightly easier time getting to the net here against Medvedev, unless Daniil really will keep up returning so close to the baseline as well. It's kind of surprising, but it's the second week. It's Wednesday, but there's still a lot of Polish action at the Australian Open, which is somewhat unusual. Hubert Hurkacz, of course, playing right now, but also Jan Zieliński in the men's doubles quarterfinals. They've lost the first set with Ugonis to Hanfman and Kepfer. Also, Zieliński has his mixed semi later on. And of course, Tomasz Berkieta plays his singles round 3 in the juniors as well. So actually a pretty high on Polish content, this Australian Open, I suppose.
Fanch, do you know what Polish sausages are?
No.
Okay, I thought they were big in the US. Polish sausage. Maybe it's New York where they eat a lot of Polish sausage. I'm not even sure what they are. I guess it's just sausages with some kind of
For me,
flavor.
it's just sausage. I don't know.
Sausage, like literally, I don't know what could really be different. It's sausage.
Maybe, but I'm sure there's a thing in New York where you can go into a place and say, I'll have
Yeah. I don't know what the differentiating quality is. I often make this joke, which I guess I'm now gonna kill for myself, at least in this community, but I often make this joke about Chinese food, and how in China they literally just call it food. And
yeah. Is Hurkacz's serve much better than Medvedev's? Question.
Yes.
I mean, yes, like Hurkacz has the best serve on tour.
and it's not particularly close at the moment, which I guess changed in 2023. But yeah, I mean, Medvedev probably doesn't actually use his serve to like the fullest potential, I suppose.
Yeah, he's the commentators were mentioning that he has some kinesio tape in his left abdominal. So just something to watch out for. Doesn't seem to be affecting him too much in terms of the serve speed yet.
Yeah, maybe like Sinner yesterday. He just needs to fart.
Yeah, that was so funny. Everyone on the timeline when I woke up this morning, they were talking about Sinner being injured, and it was so weird to me because I checked the score. I'm like, wait, what are they talking about? What do you mean injured? And then
he was like really lower on intensity in some patches, which if you do it against
He just had
Novak,
gas.
I don't think he was gonna
Yeah.
make it. Yeah,
But he was okay, was he, in the end?
Yeah.
he had gas.
It was not a
right.
problem in the third set.
Oh, okay, that's good news.
He said it wasn't a thing anymore in the third, and then it was really in the second. But as we were talking about it on the broadcast, like he just really mustered up everything he had for the 1-5, 7-5 stretch in the tiebreak. So, yeah, as long as he was able to like compile all his energy for a good stretch like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was like making us think that maybe at that moment 5-1 Rublev takes the second set, and Rublev would have been the favorite. But if Sinner was indeed not impacted in the third, then probably still Sinner would have been the favorite. But of course, we didn't know at the time what was happening. So 7-3 for Medvedev in longer rallies.
Yeah.
But Hurkacz winning a ton of shorter points, 20-11.
Yeah. Yesterday, Fritz won the 5+ shot category against Djokovic, but Djokovic absolutely dominated him in 0-4 by the end of the match, and also out-aced him 20-16.
So he did eventually out-ace him.
Yeah, which is good. That's what I predicted.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Which is good because that's what you predicted.
Yeah. But it was, and he was behind because it was like 10-14 after the first couple of sets.
Yeah, I remember us talking about it, but then not towards the end of the match. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we are slowly heading towards the tiebreak. A tiebreak in a Hubert Hurkacz match.
Shocker.
We've had a
Take
break
out your phones. Print screen quickly.
You saw that Medvedev was standing close to the baseline in the first game, and then he broke.
Yeah. They showed us some stats on that. And he was like literally 2 meters behind the baseline on the first serve and almost on the baseline on the second serve, which never really happens for him. And his timing was okay too.
Yeah.
Like there really wasn't any issue with that. So
Then what happened in the 3-2 game? He got broken back.
I mean, he's still standing pretty close. Like he hasn't actually made the change yet. But of course, since he hasn't broken, he had some chances though. I think maybe to go to double break up.
Did he have a break point for double breaks?
I believe so.
Oh wow. Yeah, he did.
Really wasn't looking too bright at first from Hurkacz. Like he was just losing every longer exchange. Really unable to hit through Medvedev, but it's been a bit better since. Just I guess found the forehand range a touch, and he's still not using the sort of ability. I mean, not using where Medvedev is standing to like approach the net or anything, but well, at least not most of the time. But he's been better since for sure.
And then what happened in the game that he got broken back? I missed that game. He was up 3-2, 30-15, and then lost the next 3 points.
Yeah.
I don't really remember, honestly, them. I guess they must have been unspectacular, but
Damien was trying to convince me that the top half of the Wimbledon draw last year was strong.
no, I was
the
saying
Wimbledon
that
thing,
it's not as big a contrast as you sort of was
Top
trying to
half
make it out to be.
Top half of men's. last
Women's
year?
last year.
Women's.
The eager run.
I mean,
Oh.
literally the difference here is Rybakina to me, because all the other contenders like Ostapenko, Azarenka, we can't rely on them to that extent that they will go.
I'm
so
talking
deep.
about Wimbledon. Wimbledon last year.
Yeah,
Top
but
half.
we were talking about it in relation to this event.
Just in general, that's what I was talking about initially. Basically, was
No,
that
but
a weak
then
top half?
I wasn't disagreeing with you. Actually. I was saying that this one was if that one was weak, then this one is weak too.
Yeah, this one was much stronger.
Like before the seeds went out or now?
And the reason why it's much stronger is because
Before.
Iga at the Australian Open for me is more likely to win the tournament than Wimbledon.
I think that's actually the other way around now. I would say
because of her
Wimbledon
early
might be a better slam for her.
She's been further in Australia. It's hard court. She has good form she had good form on hard courts coming into this tournament.
And she had good form on grass coming into Wimbledon.
She had 2 unbeaten matches and she retired from the 3rd.
No, she didn't retire. She gave a walkover because she just didn't want to play anymore before Wimbledon.
Yeah,
like literally.
pretty much.
There was no physical
Her
issue
odds to win
whatsoever.
this Australian Open title would have been much shorter than to win Wimbledon.
I'm not actually sure that's true after the draw, you know?
Wasn't she still
yeah, exactly. After the draw, because suddenly she got a tough draw because she's in a tough half.
I think coming into Wimbledon last year, she was not the favorite, but this Australian Open, she was, right?
There you go.
I think after the draw at Wimbledon, she got to be the favorite, actually.
Possibly because
okay. Yeah, I don't know after the draw.
Because of the draw, yes. Whereas here, I don't think the draw impacted her.
Probably made it slightly
status.
worse for her because the draw was tough for her.
Well, it did, but I don't think it impacted her status as the tournament favorite. Well, odds-wise, because as we said, like the matchups later on would have been tough anyway. But like, just at least the final, because now we know that in the semis she would have had to play Yastremska, Zhengor, Kalinskaya. Like honestly, not the easiest opponents either. Given how she looked in the first few rounds. I mean, Yastremska would have been pretty horrible for her. I think, yeah.
Like quarterfinal,
of course, it still requires
no joke.
Yeah, like it still requires a lot of great execution and like actual, Yastremska to bring that level against someone top one in the world. I don't know if I trust that, but like just purely in terms of the matchup, I mean, everything that in the first 3 rounds was sort of getting exposed, Yastremska also would have done that. So. And Svitolina's injury, to be fair, in the 4th round, I mean, it happened in that particular match, in that particular game. So, if she plays Świątek, perhaps it never does.
Yeah. Also, Noshkova hits the ball a lot flatter than Yastremska. I didn't realize there was actually a pretty tangible difference in terms of the spin rate, like on their ground strokes.
Yastremska is a bit of a basher.
Yeah, she is. She's a total basher. But honestly, she is. But her ball is a little bit heavier. But Iga, like on these hard courts, she tends to struggle against like the really flat hitters. And of course, I still need to see Sabalenka and Świątek one more time on a hard court. Like
one more time, just
because
once.
Because like we haven't seen them play at a major since US Open 2022.
Yeah.
So she hasn't yet faced the new version of Sabalenka, if you like,
in
a hard court major.
Or any major.
Well, she did face her once on hard courts, and I guess on the women's it doesn't matter because it's best of 3 anyway. But of course, the conditions were much more favorable than at either of the hard court slams at the moment.
Yeah, and I think their head-to-head is 6-3, but all 3 of Sabalenka's wins have come, like either
WTA finals, and Madrid, right?
And the one was indoors in 2022, right? The WTA final.
Fort Worth, Guadalajara,
Yeah.
and Madrid.
Cancun.
Of course, Guadalajara, she was
Hmm.
like not expected to win that
Madrid.
match.
We're
But I
talking
remember
about
there was-
Sabalenka wins in Cancun's Świątek one.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about just matches. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could have been a chance, but of course a pretty slim one.
Oh, I thought he'd made it.
He almost stole that point.
Yeah, that would have been purely Hurkacz's fault, but he runs away with it.
Medvedev has been broken 14 times this tournament. That's a lot.
How many of them have been against Emil?
Good question. I think like 6 of them. I'll have to check.
Yeah, the super slow night conditions there, so that definitely adds to it.
But he does get the mini break here.
Yeah. Nice.
Oh, he got broken 5 times against Emil. Not 6.
Yeah. A little ambitious, that slice approach, I would say. I mean, I've been encouraging Hurkacz to get to the net, but he did give Medvedev a bit of an open line there. Still had to like lift the ball off the slice. Maybe it wasn't super easy. Ugh.
4-2 at the change of ends.
This matchup isn't particularly more interesting, by the way, than Medvedev's Zverev, I think.
No.
It's,
No, I
it-
was,
it's
I was,
just
I was
that-
actually just about to say that. Oh my god.
yeah.
You literally took
It's,
the words out of my
it's
mouth.
just that we haven't seen it in a while, and Medvedev's Zverev is
Yeah.
there every single time I open up I open the fridge. You know,
God
so-
hope we don't see that in the next round.
Have Medvedev and Nadal played since Acapulco? I feel like they haven't.
They haven't.
Yeah, I can't find it. I don't think so.
I like their matches.
I guess Nadal and Hurkacz have never played each other. So
Never
that's
played.
one matchup that's one matchup we've not seen.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that volley.
And Nadal and Djokovic and Hurkacz have played a bit too many times
Yeah, too much.
for the
Daniil. Wow, well done.
He went for like that two-handed swing volley and like what?
Just win the point any way you can. Just get the
Yeah.
bloody thing over the net and point it at its feet.
Perfect textbook technique on that volley. No.
I mean, yeah. By the time you're there, you kind of.
I mean, yeah, technique is you're forgiven there, but with the cliche of Medvedev's technique as well, it sort of fits the narrative.
Don't think he really should have been in the points to begin with.
I guess if you're calling Yastremska a ball basher, which I guess
Mhm.
she is in that mold, then these guys are ball massagers.
A little bit.
Big serve and then just massage the ball near the baseline, you know.
The way that Hurkacz was hitting his forehand against Gazo, he kind of wasn't, but of course, he can go into that mode a ton. And Medvedev is definitely a bit of a massager. Michael Moe as well. Yeah. Oh, he made it? Really?
Yeah, he made
that
it.
was.
I got it, yeah.
Don't even clinch his.
Got it.
Don't even clinch your fist. That was lucky as hell.
He just kissed the outside of the line.
I mean, yeah.
I
It's
thought
okay.
I was the outside. Was it okay? Yeah.
It's horrible. He hit it basically off his stomach like this. He had zero control over it. He barely landed it. But yeah, I'm strong.
That was
Point to your head. Point to your head as well.
Nice one, Daniil. 2 set points. Anyone noticing the Yastremska coach and all the wolf whistles that he does?
Yeah.
He's doing it a lot again today.
I didn't see that quarterfinal. Had to get my beauty sleep.
Do you think Iga's somewhere watching this game, this match? Oh, dearie me. She might be turning off her TV now.
If she is in Europe, I don't think she is because it's middle of the night.
Yeah.
You guys cringing every time Hubie hits a forehand.
Or that last
Well, that
backhand to short
backhand,
the
yeah. I was
set.
going to say it was the backhand that let him down there at the end there.
She has PTSD from United Cup every time she watches Hubie now.
I mean, she definitely doesn't set an alarm clock to watch him at night, right?
No. I don't think so. She's got her books to read.
Daria will have set her sleep schedule for like something pretty usual, not watching Hurkacz at 3 a.m. Maybe Iga is sort of under her covers, under her bed sheets with a flashlight, and is watching the Hurkacz match.
I could actually imagine. Okay.
I can see it in order for Daria not to see. What if it's Medvedev versus Zverev semi-final, Sean?
I thought you were going to say
reading a book. Yeah, that's also
yeah.
possible. Yeah. I was just talking about the Hurkacz match. So, Damien, what if it's Medvedev versus Zverev semi-final, says Sean. Then we're all going to cry about it, and we're going to actually. There's going to be talking tennis. We'll actually not have a stream for the second semi-final. we'll pretend it doesn't exist. We'll pretend the match doesn't exist.
Oh, Lauda Sigmund should be playing in the next few hours, no?
Oh,
maybe even now.
Sigmund, Barbora Krejcikova.
Oh, Krejcikova last night, man. Like, not that much she could do, but
like that was her whole event, maybe outside of the second or third sets with Andreeva.
Yeah, it's like she woke up in those last two sets against. She actually wasn't good at all, like before that. She almost lost to Storm Hunter.
She almost lost to Storm Hunter. But no, I agree. I mean, Storm in singles is a mess to me. I was really surprised
this was a cool
story. Close.
This was a nice story. Rohan getting to number 1. He's actually about to be 44 soon, in about 6 weeks.
Yeah, no, I was very surprised that he's actually the oldest Slam finalist. I mean, we've had some players, go on, like Lander Pace, of course, Mirnay, Zimonic, Daniil Nestor. I was surprised that this is the oldest.
I think Martina Navratilova won a mixed.
She was 50 and 6 years old.
Yeah.
One of the Bryans.
King of Poland. Is that Hurkacz?
No, it's about someone in the crowd, isn't it?
Okay, that guy. Yeah, he's sitting like really close to the ground level, if you may.
Oh.
And he has a crown and like some of that Polish traditional gear for kings, whatever.
So 15 all here at the beginning of the second set with Medi serving, having taken the first set on a tiebreak. Hurkacz's tiebreak record, is it just average? Is it spectacular? Is it spectacularly
62%.
bad?
It's
Pardon?
like a little above 50%. It's pretty good. Like it's better than 50%, so it's okay. But for the amount of tie breaks he plays, it would like seriously improve his match win percentage as well if he was winning more of them.
Mhm.
Should he be winning more of them with a serve like that? I don't know. Maybe. Is he the clutchiest player in the world?
No.
I wouldn't say so. Definitely like someone who kind of struggles to get out of his shell.
Although he has a couple of break points now.
Mm-hmm. It's a nice forehand down the line there.
Yeah, the incident has been pretty strong for him, and this is really the first time that the last like 5 months or so that something has happened in regards to the Hurkacz forehand since perhaps 2021, which is why I'm not in the fire Craig Boynton camp anymore. I guess he just has really good footwork on that shot, and that kind of covers up.
Ooh, he's got it. He's got it because Medvedev went big down the line. Of course, we had an early break for Medvedev in the first set, and then Hubie broke back pretty quickly. And now this time we have an early break for Hubie. Hey, Carolina with a Polish flag. Do hit the like button, or as they say in Polish, the button. Lepsze klinaj. Głupkowati. Is that like idiot or something?
Yeah, like it's stupid would be głupi, whereas głupkowaty, because he said głupkowaty, like an L, but it's that L sound.
Yeah.
Głupkowaty would be like a stupid-ish, I guess, something like
Silly,
that.
yeah.
Like silly, yeah, maybe more so than stupid. You can have a głupkowaty uśmiech, which would be like a silly smile, for example.
Nizdarna or Nizdarni.
I don't know what that means.
Nizdarna.
Okay. So niezdarny. Okay, yeah. Niezdarny, yeah.
Siostra, my sister.
Siostra.
Sostra.
Chodź tu.
Chodź tu. Chodź tu.
Chodź tu. Yeah.
That means come here, mother. Now.
It's a surprising set of expressions, definitely.
I learned Hodge too. I know Siostra because I saved it in my phone next to my sister's name to try and help me with some vocab. Nizdarni, same thing. I have a Polish friend who's a bit clumsy and a bit silly, so she's głupkowati as well. And that last one, Hodge too, I'll never forget because it may be the first expression I learned because a Polish mother was shouting at her child in the supermarket. Get here, you mother little shit.
You also have a Polish friend who's very intelligent and handsome.
Do I? Don't know.
Oh,
I need to think. Check. I've got a few Polish male friends, all of which seem to be called Wojciech, but none of them would fall into that category, I don't think.
No. I don't think it's a Wojciech.
It's not a Wojciech. Okay.
Hubie wygra, says Carolina, which means, of course, that Hubie will win. That's entirely possible. It would be good for him to keep up this break, which, as John mentioned earlier, didn't work out for Daniil in the opening set. But he's still returning pretty close to the baseline, right?
Yeah, he's not going way back on the return.
Closer than the usual Medvedev stance, almost at the baseline when it comes to the second serve.
53% going for Yannick prediction. That seems a bit strong for me. It's probably more heart than head, I think, that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Recency bias thrown in too.
Gas or not, I don't know if I saw the player who's going to beat Djokovic in a best of 5 match yesterday.
Yeah.
Which doesn't mean that he was not good. Like he definitely was super clutch, but he didn't like separate himself from Rublev too much. Which I mean, yeah, straight set win. What am I complaining about? And even I've said it before this week that the goalposts for Yannick have moved so much. Like everyone is expecting him to like come up with some ridiculous standard right now. And even when he wins 5 matches in straight sets, we are finding a lot of we are nitpicking a lot. I keep hearing about that Khachanov second set and how he should have lost it, or like how against Botic he was pretty off, and now I myself am talking about the Rublev match as if it was like a long 4-set battle at least. So I guess it's kind of an us problem than Yannick Sinner problem, in fact.
Also, he kind of lost the most important match against Djokovic in those 3.
Yeah, in some ways.
Yeah, but it was a pretty sick Djokovic.
Yeah, I mean,
it was the best Djokovic played all year.
Djokovic fans' perspective, they would probably go for that one. I think Djokovic himself might choose the Davis Cup one to win, maybe.
And Sinner himself could have chosen like Davis Cup, but that's only because they won the title. Like if it was the other way around, then
yeah.
If they lost in the final to Australia, then of course ATP Finals was still more important.
Game point now for Hubie for a 2-love lead.
Some stat on the screen about the forehand speed of Hurkacz, but after 2 games and only 7 kilometers an hour up from his first set standard, I don't think that actually means all that much. But
he was sort of accelerating when he was hitting those inside-in forehands, but it's still super early in the set.
I think over the course of the set, it will probably get back to more or less that. But yeah, that inside in is just really good right now. And this forehand should set him up well as well. Yes. Oh, no. He actually, Medvedev makes it, and Hurkacz plays the tweener, which is one of his trademarks too.
Oh, somehow now you're ahead of me.
Okay, that's interesting.
This is turning into an epic rally.
What a squash shot as well. Yeah, this is turning out to be the best point of the match for sure. Even though at first it looked like a very easy point for Hurkacz.
Actually.
And Hubert manages to win it with a tweener, with a really sick forehand get. And he consolidates.
Oh. What a point.
Not that different to Medvedev Zverev, but at least we get points like this, right?
Yeah. I'd rather watch this than Medvedev Zverev, for sure.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. And I don't even think it's the novelty. The novelty definitely helps. The fact that we haven't seen them since Halle 2022. But it's not only that. You're going to have more net play here as well.
Yeah.
Which helps. It kind of just breaks down the rhythm of these rallies. Whereas Medvedev Zverev, sometimes they're just going to like buckle up and
also Zverev never slices. But Hurkacz does all the time, so I don't know. In some ways, he's actually more tactically astute in this particular matchup. Of course, we haven't seen it as often. I mean, those two guys have played so much, man. I'd be fine if we didn't see another one of that for forever. But yeah.
You sound like me about Djokovic Nadal.
Yeah. Although I just want to see them play one more time, because then we'd have the 60-50-40, which is kind of a cool thing.
No, like I know that 99% tennis fans don't share that opinion, but I'm just saying that I do, and I have it, and
I'm probably somewhere in between you and Owen. Let's just say.
Yeah, that's fair. I think you have to be, because we are literally the two extremes. Like I am
Yeah.
bored to death by these matches, whereas Owen is like basically yeah. I don't want to say anything that's not nice, but I wanted to you have this big metaphor about masturbating now. But anyway, let's just say that he
Oh my God.
basically he is extremely happy anytime he sees a Djokovic Nadal match. And that would be fair that you are in the middle, and probably everyone is in the middle of these two extremes.
Yeah.
I'm also keeping an eye on the men's doubles, where Jan Zieliński is playing with Ugo Nis, Hurkacz's countryman, and my countryman as well. But so far they're losing to Hanfman Kepfers, and we might have another, along with Mahat Zhang, we might have another pretty random singles pairing in the Australian Open men's doubles semifinals. And actually, Hanfman and Kepfer have already eliminated the last year's champions, Jijikata Kubler, and now they're playing against last year's runners-up. So, Nis Zieliński. And I think they also took out Granollers Zeballos. So it's not a weird, it's not a run where they just land a pretty easy draw and get to the semifinals. So definitely not. In fact, out of the two, I guess Mahat Zhang had an easier draw out of these two fairly weird doubles pairings in the semifinals.
What happened to Jagger Leach?
He lost second round, I think.
Oh. Let's see.
I'm not sure about that, actually. Yeah, he won his first match, but I don't think he's in the tournament anymore. Yeah, today it's third round and he's not in the tournament anymore. Just one more match to be finished on the men's side of the boys singles, and Berkieta is love-free down to Hayden Jones, whom I guess, yeah, after Hayden's recent performances, I am kind of expecting, at least issues for Tomek there. And also, of course, the girls' singles going on. Efremova already into the quarterfinals. The second 14-year-old in Hanna Klugman trying to follow it up right now. Yamrichova as well. The top seed is very dangerous. That's going to be an exciting event as well over the course of the next few days.
There's going to be so much hype if Hannah actually wins the thing. I mean, there already is, but probably even more.
Who?
Hannah Klugman.
Yeah. I see. Are they on the? They can play in the semifinals. Efremova, Klugman. However, Efremova is now playing Yamrichova in the quarters, so that's pretty tough. But yeah, if one of them wins the title, it's going to be pretty huge.
Yeah. I guess Jagger lost to Hayden Jones.
Oh yeah, we are talking. I think we were talking about it yesterday. I don't remember. We are definitely talking about him that he was going to play Hayden Jones, and that is pretty tough, and that it's probably not the same Hayden Jones from the Sokol circuit.
Oh yeah, no. This is the stage of the first set, but just reversed.
Oh, so actually, there's another. That game is still going. I switched it over for a while to the doubles because I saw 40-15. I think Hurkacz had a good return winner for 40-15, but then I was like, okay, so this is my moment to catch some of the doubles during the changeover. But the changeover never happened. They're still in it. Well, 2 breaks would probably kill the set, so it would be good for Hurkacz to secure it, and he's gonna have a break point. Chasing down, sort of inviting Medvedev to the net with his drop shot. Medvedev tries to redrop, but it's not good enough. So,
yeah, that's not going to cut it. Although the sneaky good drop shot there.
$15 out of 19 at the net, Hubert Hurkacz. But yeah, it's cool for him to finally have a matchup where he can get there pretty consistently. Of course, this one wasn't like an actual net point, kind of. That's. But I'm just talking in general. It will go down as a net point in the stats, but it's not quite like it. Tries to go forehand down the line. It's not a bad attempt, but he just barely misses it. So back to deuce.
That's like that shot that Fritz hit yesterday, except he just made it.
Forehand?
Yeah, forehand down the line. Then we were like, oh, it's so close to the line. Remember?
The one that okay. So was
Oh,
it the moment when he hit like 2 consecutive forehands down the line, and one of them was like barely on?
Yeah, it was like barely on the line.
Okay, yeah. It was just a little. I guess he was a little further into the court, and that's why he didn't make the connection right away.
Medvedev's second serve is also quite attackable. This tournament.
Yeah, he also makes quite a lot of double faults.
A lot of them.
We were looking at these stats yesterday, and he's basically the second most frequent double faulter in the top 50, besides, of course, Alexander Bublik. 23 shots here. Hurkacz misses a smash to get him to possibly get another breakpoint. So an opportunity missed for sure. Medvedev's kind of struggling physically after this rally as well.
Yeah.
It was a lot of running up and down the court. Perhaps more so for the pole, though.
Hurkacz against Alcaraz would be kind of interesting, actually. Especially with their matches in the summer and then.
Yeah, it's like
Miami
we know you can make it close, but can you actually win one?
Yeah.
And in Cincinnati, of course, Hurkacz missed a match point on like a mid-court aggressive forehand, whereas Canada was very close to, but no match points there.
Yeah, usually if Medvedev goes for that second serve, middle of the box, then you can try to get him right as he's recovering from a service motion and just like get it like very deep. Make him hit one of those weird backhands that he hit. Where he's just getting his body out of the way. And then usually you can be in a good position on the third shot. But of course, like that's pretty hard to execute for most of the players in that he faces. But I think Hurkacz is one of the ones who can actually do it pretty effectively. Yeah, Medvedev has never beaten Hurkacz in straights. And actually probably should have lost to him in Canada, 2021.
That's what he said himself. And yeah, that was certainly a big opportunity missed for the Pole, winning the first set 6-2 and then the next two in tiebreaks. I think competitive tiebreaks as well. 1 to 6 points, the other to 5. And then what else is the other Medvedev win?
ATP finals.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that was like a bit of a throwaway match. Like I remember not caring about it too much. Hurkacz, of course, was joining as like an alternate.
Yeah.
No, so yeah, it was just like an opportunity to get 200 points, but nothing much. But of course, yeah, the Wimbledon fourth round when they had to switch to the other court the next day, that was a big story with Hurkacz just completely dominating the remaining part of the match.
Yeah, Medvedev
the-
was sort of flat on the second day, and the rope
Yeah,
was closed.
just
It was on center court.
second day it
Yeah.
wasn't close.
Yeah.
Halle final, very famous for the Gilles Silvara exit, and probably one of the best matches that Hurkacz has played. And also
Yeah.
Miami
That was a
2022.
That was a very dominant final.
Yeah, it
for
was
both
like Federer Zverev 2017.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that one.
Probably
was
not as flashy, but like similar level of dominance where you get a great final in Halle, 2 top 10 players, but one of them just comes out and absolutely destroys the other.
Yeah, actually, Zverev was not top 10 when he played Federer.
Yeah,
but
sure,
yeah, but
sure.
like, yeah, I mean,
Big
top
names.
10.
That's big names.
Top 10
yeah.
caliber. Yeah, I kind of think of the Alcaraz head-to-head and Federer head-to-head similarly in that both Alcaraz and Federer, it's like 4-3 for Zverev, but I'm kind of like, yeah, it's 4-3, but I guess 3-2 since Alcaraz was since 2022, let's just say. Of course, before that he beat him in Vienna and Acapulco.
Yeah. These first 2 matches, I wouldn't count them really.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, you have to count them because,
I know
they do exist, but like I don't really think of them when I think of why the Zverev matchup can be tough for him.
Yeah.
And there's definitely a fair few more of like that. Like I know Carlos Alcaraz lost to Alexander Vukic at the Roland Garros qualies, and yeah, I'm not really gonna. Next time they play, I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, so Vukic has a great chance. I would, of course, mention it, but no. That was probably the best Clay Vukic we ever got as well. He said that that 2020 edition conditions really suited him. Jean-Paul Pirosh beat Alcaraz in a final of an ITF. Only one of a few players, of course, to do that, to beat Alcaraz in a final. I guess it's Djokovic, Musetti, Jean-Paul Pirosh, Bernabe Zapata Miralles.
Nori
And I
also.
don't know. And Nori, yeah. So that's probably the only 5, I think.
I gotta mention Nori.
Yeah.
Of course, Alcaraz also got injured in that one, but yeah.
He had a great opportunity there, yeah. I was thinking there was someone in early 2023, but I was still like 5 seconds away, but you were instantly there with the come Nori love. The mighty Brit.
Jack and I, we watched his match in Indian Wells against Taro Daniil, one of the better matches of that tournament for sure.
What about Tomasz Berkieta? Said Carolina, he's back on serve in the boys singles round 3. To me, he's like on the verge of it making like a little like no sense to play this event. I would love to see him more in the pros, but of course this year we're gonna get it with the 8 challenger accelerator spots that he has for qualifying draws. So last year almost beat Carlos Taberner in Poznań.
I wonder what's going on with Medvedev's abdominal thing. Is that why he's hitting so many double faults this tournament?
I don't know.
Yeah, hard to say.
He was struggling after one of the longer rallies as well, so
yeah,
no clue if this is related or not.
Also, we know that he doesn't like the heat.
He doesn't like the heat, but then again, if he was to play around midnight, that also wouldn't be good for him. So,
I know. Yeah.
I guess he would like an indoor court, indoor scenario where the roof is closed about, let's say, in like 2 or 3 hours, the match would have to start, and that's where Medvedev would be the best. Which actually he might get more or less that in the semis if he makes it, more or less at least. That I think that first match of the evening session or night session is still good for him. It's the last one which can get a bit tricky, especially if like with Rusevori, he's gonna be going until like 3 a.m. Then that's tough.
Yeah.
So Kepfer and Hanfmann playing a tiebreak to get to the semis. And last year Kepfer was 3-1 in doubles. Hanfmann was 2-3. So it's literally like Mahjong. I mean, they are barely playing doubles over the years, but they might just be in the semis in a second, which I think would put them. Bopana Ebden are playing Mahjong, right? So I think Kepfer Hanfmann, if they make the semis, if they beat Nezherinski, that means they might be playing Boleli Vavasori or Kraviec Pytz. And in fact, Boleli Vavasori are a set and a breakup. Simone Bolelli, of course, won the Australian Open before alongside Fabio Fognini in 2015, where they interestingly played this like double baseline style a lot of the time, despite Bolelli being such a good volleyer. And Fognini as well.
Is this Fognini's last year?
I mean, I would have told you last year that probably 2023, but he's showing a surprising amount of motivation and determination on the Challenger Tour for sure. Like I was never expecting that from Fognini, especially after he basically started a family with Panetta. I was just thinking, okay, so when Fabio is gone of the main tour, he just goes home to his beautiful family. I mean, why not? But actually, no, he's kind of grinding there. He's trying. If he is back in the top 100, maybe not, but that will depend. Definitely, he's shown some form recently that would sort of suggest that the top 100 debut is possible. But yeah, if he can't sort of get some results going this year, we'll see. In Tenerife last week, I think he won a match against Martino, but then lost to FCAF, and that's been his only tournament so far. He actually didn't go to Australia.
Did he win a Challenger last year?
Yes, Valencia at the end of the year.
Okay, yeah, that was the one where he beat RBA. Yeah.
Exactly. Beat Roberto Bautista Agut, saving 2 match points in the final. About 3 hours. One of the best matches of the year, probably.
Yeah. 7-6, 7-6, 7-6.
Before 2023, he hadn't played the Challenger in over 10 years, but then, of course, plays a pretty full schedule second half of the year. I think since Zug was probably his first, and that's like at the end of July.
Well, I'm sure
he was even going for the Australian Open. Like he still had chances, but he got injured right after that Valencia run. He had he was in Maya, but then he got injured, barely made it through his first match, and then never played the second round. But he still had top 100 chances. He still could have been in the Australian Open main draw, which of course would have been very impactful given he actually chose not to go to Australia to play qualifying. He was only signed up for the main draw.
Watch him peak and do something in Rome, like against one of the top players.
It's possible, yeah.
Yeah, he's always like had those scalps early rounds of Rome.
Yeah. We might be looking at him as like potential, not a dark horse in Rome, but if he lands a top seed early, why not? Remember a win over Team a few years back, for example, which was quite spectacular.
Yeah,
I don't think
Murray.
I don't think he's played Rafa in Rome, but or at least not beat him. But
yeah.
But of course, he's done it at a few other events on clay, and not only on clay.
Yeah, maybe the Golden Swing also. Like, actually, he played Alcaraz last year in Rio and took a set. Won the first.
Yeah, he was really good actually. I don't know if he's signed up for the Golden Swing. Let me see that, but his ranking right now might force him to play quali. So yeah, he's actually not going to South America. So
yeah, he's been good there. He made the final of Rio and.
No, last year it was one of his best moments for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
But apparently he's not going to South America. So.
Yeah, the most surprising thing is he's only been to one Slam quarterfinal. But he did so much other stuff.
And that's a win for Hans van Kepfer. So already 2 very random pairings in the men's doubles semis. Would Bolelli Vavasori count as a random pairing? Probably not, right?
Probably not.
It's just Kepfer, and I mean Vavasori is simply like he's there for the first time, like at such a stage, but it's not like that because he's a full-on doubles specialist. So
Hurkacz. Yeah, Medvedev was a little bit slow there.
yeah, he's not looking too fresh this set for sure.
Yeah, he's like not moving with his usual.
Would be good for Hubert to just get it over with and then see the third if Medvedev's issues continue, but like don't drag it too much. But we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. Even if he somehow gets through this match, it doesn't look that good for his.
He really hasn't. It's not a performance that makes you think he might beat Alcaraz and Djokovic back to back, or Alcaraz and Sinner back to back. In fact, it's a performance that makes you think he might not beat Alcaraz at all. It's a long point, a long exchange at the net, and Hurkacz eventually claims it, smash, and then a volley on top of the net. So 2 breaks indeed, and it feels like the second set is pretty much set in stone for the Pole now. 36 minutes, 5-2.
Yeah. It's a good opportunity for him. What are the better opponents? What are the amongst all the top 4 seeds they could have drawn? You would have wanted this, but I guess that's true for
Medvedev. Yeah, that's true for almost everyone, I guess. But maybe specifically for him as well, because he's been pretty comfortable in the Medvedev matchup over the years. Let's say that. I mean, I know the sample size isn't that big, but. All right, 2 points away now. Very quickly into so Hans van Kepfer have been the underdogs in every single match they've played so far in the Australian Open, including the opening round against Eubanks Shelton. But that just kind of again tells you how unpredictable doubles is. And anytime someone asks me about some doubles expectations, I just say, who the hell knows? At the Grand Slam stages, it should be a little better because there's no deciding points, there's no much tie breaks, but it's still somewhat unpredictable. But anyway, we do have one set all. By the way, what's your and you have the piano back. I never noticed before. But what's your opinion in general on this? Like the pairings like this, making semis at doubles. Do you think it's good for the discipline that Mahajang or Hanfman Kepfer can actually just pair up kind of out of nowhere? And of course they are very talented, but they have zero doubles pedigree, literally. And what does it say about this side of the sport as a whole?
I mean, it's good, right? I mean, like most of the singles players don't usually play doubles. So when you see, like, I mean, like last year, if Kubler and Hijikata can win it, then that also probably says that there's other pairings that could get the chance to go deep, and like if they do it, then it can only be a good thing. I don't really see it as negative. Plus, they have to beat some good. They have to beat some good specialists to get the title, right? So.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're like a top doubles player in the world, what does it say about you that you can lose to a random singles pairing, right?
Yeah, but the format is also so random, is it not?
At slams?
I mean, I guess do they play ads?
Yeah.
They do, right? So
yeah.
Then it's a little less random, but
at slams it's literally the same scoring system. I don't know. There are certain problems for sure for that. Like for example, the fact that the doubles create zero revenue, and we fund it of singles basically. And the fact that the best doubles players in the world cannot compete with sometimes with some pretty, let's say, mid to level players in the from singles who just come over and don't really know that much about this side of the sport even, but they still win. I actually do see a bit of a problem in that for sure. In
that doesn't
sort of the
always
future
that doesn't always
doubles.
pan out in like Davis Cup, for instance, right? Like we had Sinner and Sonego. Like no, I mean, I guess that's when you had I guess all four of those were singles players, so that's probably not a great example.
Yeah, but in Davis Cup it still shows up. Like of course sometimes the doubles guys, the veterans, are gonna win. Like maybe Popanaev then just claimed the title, for example, and of course, but still, like the amount of good pairings that Hanfman and Kepfer have beaten so far.
It depends what you think. Like if you're like a top 10 singles player, like do you think they'd all be really good at doubles? Like some probably more.
I think
than
most
like
of them are going to think like that.
If Medvedev and Rublev show up and play doubles tomorrow against these players, like do they win the title?
They could win some big titles, actually. I think, yeah.
Probably, but never actually seen. We have to see it to believe it, right? I mean, Rublev is actually a pretty decent doubles player.
We've actually seen it. I think Vash, we've seen it. I think we've seen it. I think we've seen enough of that. Kachanov and Rublev won Madrid, right? Or
then Pavly and Chenkova when they teamed up.
And the Olympics.
Won the gold.
I think we've actually seen enough to sort of suggest that yes, it would be the case, and it is weird that sort of tennis keeps funding doubles even though no one watches it and it generates zero profit. At the same time, I want it to keep going. Why would all these people and all these very talented players lose their jobs? But it's a little as if like well, I guess this is a gender thing then, but it's a little as if like FIFA decided to. FIFA is the football association, by the way. I don't know if you know that, but if they decided to start funding like 3x3 games, and they generated zero profit because they do, but they would just fund them for whatever reason. And do
you think sometimes they just do it as a way to, I mean, like if singles players just enter, as a good way to, get something going on their off days or the
ATP definitely wants the singles players to enter, right? There are a lot of rules that are designed for that, like the entry, how it works in general, that you can use your singles ranking for entry. the ATP wants the singles players to be there, which is understandable because the singles players can get the interest from people, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not as on that side of the argument as I've just presented it, but I was just sort of putting the arguments into the air, and yeah, it is problematic for sure that there's a branch of the sport that is funded but no one watches it. Of course, the prize money is lower, but still there are a lot of players who, like in singles, would never make it and actually have found it for themselves and that in that other discipline, if you may, other part of the sport. And well,
yeah, I wonder what Will and what's his name, Hanlon?
Hanlon,
Yeah, what they think.
I can assume that I know what they think, but
Yeah.
I mean, they would also not be happy. I would assume that their opinion would be that doubles doesn't generate any profit. I think they would still agree with that because it's fairly obvious, but they would probably say that it could be marketed a lot better, and that of course have to agree with. Like, the ATP does not care about promoting doubles, so clearly they don't want the revenue even from it. So
do you think if it was marketed, if it was marketed better, then more people would care and actually like
it has a pretty low ceiling. I would still say it has a pretty low ceiling, but it could be way better than it is at the moment, for sure.
Yeah. But I don't know if nobody watches. Like, I mean, like when I'm in Indian Wells and stuff.
When you're at an event, yes. When you're at an event, yes. But no one watches doubles on TV.
But not on TV, yeah.
No one watches doubles week in, week out. When you're at an event, of course you're gonna watch because you bought the tickets anyway. Like, why would you waste money, literally?
Sure, but
yeah, no one actually watches anything but the slams, really.
Yeah, same.
And the slams, and the slams, it's only gonna be like the later rounds as well. I am part of that group. Like, I'm not saying that I'm not. I've watched this Australian Open. I've watched maybe 2 doubles matches so far. One of them being just now Handman Kepfer and also Elien Machatshank. And I want to watch that Krejcikova-Siniakova one as well, starting pretty soon. But that's only because we've had some big narratives. Yeah. Oh, my camera has gone away for some reason. Okay, never mind. But yeah, I totally get that. There's definitely been slams when by the semi-final stage I have 0 doubles matches watched. So. Oh, and I also watched something with Suecia, but I think that was mixed. Yeah, that was mixed yesterday. Suecia Zieliński against Krawiec. I don't even remember who Krawiec was playing with. That's how much attention I was paying to that match. Nicole Merikar, I think. But Suecia is always a treat, right? And she's going really well actually in this event. She's already in the semis of the the women's doubles, and she is also going to be playing soon for the final of the mixed. So she might actually win both. I think she's the only player still alive in both, maybe even. Yeah, that makes sense. Which there was this funny tweet before the Australian Open, like funny because it's literally like, tell me that you don't actually watch tennis without watching tennis, which was a John Wertheim tweet, or however his name is pronounced. And he was talking about the qualifying and like how some big names have already fallen out. And he mentioned Schwartzman, he mentioned Elias Immer for some reason, and he mentioned Suecia as well. And that it's such a it's pretty costly to go to Australia to go out in the first round, and that it's such a long journey. But well, first of all, they still earn more money than the expenses, and a lot more money than the expenses for a first round loss. But also Suecia, obviously, like she was finishing her singles career in Australia, but she also had 2 more important competitions coming up, and she's doing well in both of them. I was watching the mixed yesterday, her against Zielinski, against Kravitz Manika, as I mentioned, and she's a bit of a cheat code in doubles in general, regardless if it's mixed or general. But anyway, Hubert Hurkacz already with a breakpoint in the third set. However, Medvedev will save it. Forehand drop shot, and Hurkacz can track it down, but there's nothing he can do really on the ball to make it uncomfortable for Daniil.
Yeah.
But he has to stop this streak of games that he's been losing, Medvedev. And the big serve will help with that. Yeah, we'll see how all the sort of physical question marks will be developing too. By the way, check the private chat on StreamYard. I don't know if you did, but John was texting you there. Okay. So Yastremska won the first set in all the qualifying matches, you say, but she Okay.
Are you still getting feedback?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, it was like this noise, probably maybe from your earphones, just doing this, I suppose, or something like that. I don't know. Daniil Medvedev holds after that breakpoint, so we'll see if he's good to go in the third set, if he'll make it competitive again. It's tough against the mighty Pole, you know. It's tough when you're facing someone this good on the other side of the net. And then, of course, guys, if you're wondering what's going to happen later, we'll also have streaming for the next matches. Zheng Kalinskaya, which is at 7:15 p.m., I think, local time, or before, because maybe Medvedev Hurkacz will still be playing then, who knows. And obviously also Alcaraz Zverev, which ends the day on Rotlever Arena. Some big forehands from the Pole again. It's hard for me to say the Pole instead of the mighty Pole every single time. He's just so mighty that it doesn't go well. I got to that volley a little late, though. I don't know if they. Oh, okay. Sure, John. We are always nice to people who join. Unless Nurlan would come in. Oh, and did my camera get thrown out again? Yeah. What's going on? I'm going to switch to this different one for a second, which of course isn't too good, but then I'm going to be back to that one, and I guess it's not working again. That's interesting.
Hurkacz misses a backhand in a minute. Number 13. So now it's breakpoint. Medvedev.
Oh, sudden breakpoint there. While I'm fixing my camera, things have happened. And that fixing process did not go too well. I guess I'll stay on that one then. Although maybe it is the better one. No, it's not. Yeah, I guess I'll stay on that one then. But it's okay. Maybe I'll
Oh
do
wow,
this.
double fault. Out of nowhere, Hurkacz gets broken.
Yeah, that's sloppy
Oh,
to get broken right now. When he
yeah.
had all the momentum on his side basically.
This one fan just cannot believe it. He's so devastated.
Sorry.
The mighty Paul appears to have
Lost some of his
momentum.
might. Yeah. Maybe it will work now. And I can start watching the mighty Paul again.
Ninth double fault. Wait, how many double faults? 7 already from Medvedev. Starts the game with a double fault.
7, yeah, that's pretty high. 6 games there, 4 games there, and now it's the 12th game, I guess. So yeah, it's probably higher than his average.
Another double fault. So the 30.
Oh, wow. I think in the second game of the opening set, he also hit 2 of them, but he actually wasn't broken there.
Shaky serve, and the ball toss was off also. That was a precise inside.
Yeah, and that flatness of that shot just making it really
It
weird
stays so
for
low.
Medvedev.
It's like
Yeah.
skidding.
It's also a big asset in this matchup, definitely, with how much Medvedev doesn't like a flatter, low bouncing ball, and
because Medvedev
especially
wants
directed at his
pace.
forehand.
He wants pace to work with.
Yeah.
So you have to make him creative. Then he struggles more.
So 3 breakpoints to get back into it right back. Had some advantage of the return, but it's gone now.
Okay, he does put away that forehand, so saves 1.
Yeah, Hurkacz defending like crazy until he finally couldn't, but still 2 more opportunities.
He whipped that one and got some more spin on it, so that
it almost looked normal.
Yeah. I mean, actually, at the end it looks normal, but it's like the swing and the like the finish is actually fine. It's the rest of the stroke. When he has a bigger forehand and a bigger forehead. What does Brad Gilbert call him? Medibear?
Sure. What's the nickname for Hubert Hurkacz?
I don't know if he even has one.
Maybe Brad just doesn't care about Hurkacz.
Yeah. Just not deal worthy enough.
Now we see more massaging the ball from Hurkacz, and eventually he also makes a random unforced error backhand down the middle. So, but yeah, a couple of very tentative forehands earlier on.
Both of them are just not playing well right now. Just have to get through it somehow.
Maybe Bert Gilbert just calls him Hubie or something.
Yeah, I don't know if he has given him a nickname.
He is a nickname for everyone.
Yeah, he should have one for Hubie. I just can't seem to come up with it after. Maybe
Well, it's
that's
definitely not the
fair.
Mighty Paul. It's definitely not the Mighty Paul.
No, it's not that.
It should be, well, but it's not.
It would
3 out of 12 on breakpoint, Hurkacz. 2 out of 4 Medvedev, and yeah, obviously missing 3 in a row here is pretty brutal. Especially with one of them being just a random error in a rally where he was playing very passively to begin with. And yeah, that's not really a good effort in this game for Hurkacz from love 40 down, love 40 up. And yeah, first 3 games of the third set go to Medvedev, which is a bit of an unexpected development, I guess. A bit of an insight into the tournament's stringing process, I guess, with the sort of card that was at the new Medvedev racket with his name on it and the details of his string tension and stuff.
Yeah, Medvedev changed his strings last year to give him a little bit more power on his forehand.
Did it work?
Yeah, it did. It helped him a lot, especially during that win streak and also during
the clay swing.
Yeah.
That might actually be where it's most important. Although in the biggest event he did lose in the opening round.
Also, Miami, he was hitting his forehand quite big. Fast courts there, that helped. But against center, he was overpowering him with pace.
Jake is asking us on Twitter.
Also in that final for his turners. I think he was struggling with some illness. And also he had that physical match against Alcaraz.
What's your lowdown of the Hurkacz-Medvedev match so far? Because Jake is asking us for it on Twitter. He will join the stream later for the night session. I think he's saying as well.
Well, I thought Hurkacz was by far the strongest in the second. I mean, Medvedev in the first game looked really sharp and looked like he was gonna roll with the set, but then just played one, threw in a really bad game, and then Hurkacz. Honestly, Hurkacz hasn't taken advantage of all of his opportunities. Like, he should be at least on serve right now in the third.
Yeah.
And now he's like at the very minimum, if not even upper break. So yeah, Hurkacz has been very clutch. Also, Medvedev is not serving well at all. I think he's like under 50% for the match for serves in. Maybe like 40
Haven't
something.
checked.
Let's see.
Haven't checked, but it's possible.
Maybe that's just for this set. For this set, he's at 50%. Which I guess is not as bad as I thought, but still not great.
How about the match?
For the match, he's at 57%.
Okay.
So he's at 50% in set 2 and 50% in set 3.
I've got another interesting question, by the way, relating to that. From the top 50, who are the top 2 players in terms of first serve percentage over the last 52 weeks? And you've got a lot of pressure on yourself because I actually got both of them right. So,
like, just getting it in?
Yeah, just getting it in.
It must be like bias.
That's number 1, yes.
Number 2, I don't know, Franz Rundlo or something?
No.
It's the wild guess.
It's in a different vein. The number 2 is the player that I was watching when I decided to check that, and Bias was the guess that I sort of thought it must be a clay courter, someone who just doesn't have a big serve, and yeah. But number 2 is the player I was watching when I decided to check it.
Does he have a big serve?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Is it
So he's not like a clay courter who Bias not in that vein. No.
It's not Hurkacz, is it?
No.
Yeah,
It would be awesome though
Oh.
if he had, because these two players are over 70%.
Actually, I think Zverev has a pretty high first serve.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, it's Zverev. I know he's been at like 70% for like a good over a year.
Yeah, he's got ridiculous percentages for how much he goes for it.
Yeah.
And that was I was doing a stream for this Zverev match and basically I was just talking about him having very high percentages, and I decided to check how he stacks up. I think I actually would have gone Zverev for number 1 and Bias for number 2, but it's like 72% Bias, 70.8 or something like that Zverev, and they are the only guys over 70 in the top 50.
But Hurkacz can't be that far off. Like, he must be.
I don't think he's very low.
Yeah.
Probably like top 10-ish or something like that. Let me check that again. But he definitely wasn't over 70% like these two. Of course, this stat can be also misleading because it's not like Sebastian Baez has a good serve. He actually gets a high percentage. Sara Errani has 85% for the year, for example. But,
that makes sense.
But it's a stat that we can sort of check and not take that much out of it. Well, Hurkacz is like 15th in that group, maybe. Hurkacz is at 64%. Some interesting players, like big servers above him. Chris Eubanks, very high, almost 69. Nicolas Jarry, 66. And Ben Shelton, 64 as well. Otherwise, it's probably mostly like, let's say, mediocre to better than average servers. France Cerundolo is fairly high as well. He's like number 8, something like that.
Yeah, I just went with 2 clay courtish players because I figured they're just going to
It's very surprising, though, who's the bottom one, I have to say.
But man, Cerundolo, I tell you, he's capable of serving big. I don't know why he's
Fran I actually didn't think was going to be that high, Although he does play a lot on clay, which probably also impacts your percentages because you're going to go for the kick serve on your firsts more often. Interestingly, in the top 50, the player who gets the least serves in is Alex de Minaur.
Oh, wow. That is surprising. I would not have guessed that.
Although I don't know who I would have guessed, actually. but not de Minaur. I would have guessed like a bigger server than that. Yeah, like Struff is, for example, 4th last or 5th last, sorry. And that would be, I think, one of my guesses, maybe. Ofner is 2nd lowest, which I guess could make sense too. Anyway, Medvedev holds, so still that 1 break advantage that, as we said, was like a little randomish.
Yeah, very random. Completely out of the blue. This tournament is totally open. On the women's side, men's side, what are we looking at? Men's side, I don't think it's open at all.
Do you think Medi has a bigger forehand or bigger forehead? Yeah, I think you made some of the jokes that I made over the past 2 days look funny. Although, forehead. I've made something like that a couple of months ago, and I actually laughed at it. So maybe it's only just my jokes that I laugh at. This tournament is totally open, says Magician Melody. Are the Polish players based in Monaco or Poland? Hurkacz resides in Monaco. Świątek, as far as I know, I think she resides in Warsaw. Hurkacz definitely in Monte Carlo, though.
I guess Hurkacz has a career high ranking now in the top 8, right?
Is it guaranteed though?
Should be though, right? Let me check.
Yeah, I guess everyone else in the tournament is above him, so you're right.
Yeah.
It wasn't until Fritz lost, I suppose. Or it wasn't until Fritz lost basically, but now it is guaranteed. Yeah.
Yeah, and actually, if he wins this match, he will be number 7. He'll overtake Rune.
And if he wins the title, he could be number 5.
Yeah.
He actually would be number 5 for sure if he wins the title.
Unless Zverev gets to the...
No, because Zverev can't get to the final if Hurkacz wins the title.
Oh yeah, true. Of course.
But yeah, for a moment, I also was looking at that possibility and counting the points, but yeah. All right, 4-2, still 2 more chances to break for Hurkacz here, as he's definitely like not been the much weaker player this set. I mean, it's really a pretty random service game that he dropped from 30 love up and then didn't break from love 40.
Actually, on the women's side, I think Zhang could be top 10, right?
Oh, definitely, yeah. She's very close to it.
Like, if she wins today, I think she'll be top 10. Let's see.
I think she was like very close to who was
1 point behind Krejcikova. 1 point
yeah,
right
Krejcikova, yeah. I saw a tweet about that. I didn't remember what exactly the difference was, but yeah, she literally is playing for the top 10, which is her second match for the top 10 as well after that final in Zhuhai at the WTA Elite Trophy against Barbora Krejcikova. Not Barbora Krejcikova, but Beatrice Haddad-Maia. Yeah. Krejcikova was, of course, a different final. But yeah, against Haddad-Maia, she played for the top 10. Well, Muchova is a bit of a placeholder right now in the top 10 anyway.
Yeah.
I guess so is Vondroušová, because she's unlikely to defend her Wimbledon crown. But Muchova, well, we'll see if she's healthy first. But they are the two who will be probably pretty fragile if they can't defend these 2 big scores that they've had last year.
Yeah, Muchova has a lot of stuff, actually. She also has the Cincinnati final, US Open semifinal. She has, like...
Yeah. I mean, we're hoping that she's going to be playing by then, you know?
Yeah.
We're definitely hoping that she's going to be back on the court by then, but...
I think her wrist was already bothering her in that semifinal in the US Open against Coco.
I think so, yeah.
In Cincinnati, she played all those 3-setters before she got to Goff. I think.
Well, Hurkacz is looking for that one return game to come back, but that's not it.
Gil Gross says he nominates Hurkacz for quickest between points award.
For what?
Quickest in between points.
Oh, okay. Sure. Nick Kyrgios.
Yeah. I guess Medvedev
is he an active tennis player anymore?
Yeah.
Medvedev can be rapid sometimes. Like when he finds good rhythm on serve, he can just blast the serve, and the game is over.
Somehow Medvedev is going to win this set. After that one random break, he still has to hold, but yeah.
Yeah, that definitely feels like a pretty random set. But then again, Hurkacz won the first from a breakdown, so yeah, I guess you could say that one was like a little stolen, and this one, well, it will be a 6-3 probably, but then still it will feel like a bit of a steal, given what happened in games 2 and 3. But well, certainly Medvedev is now competing at the same physical level as well with Hurkacz, so that edge that was there in the second set, which is why it was particularly brutal for Hurkacz to drop his serve like this and not break back from love 40, because he felt like it felt like he had all the momentum, both tennis-wise, but also physically. There was definitely an edge around that time, which doesn't seem to be there anymore.
Yeah. Do you know what time play finished Australia time tomorrow? Yesterday it must have been like actually.
I can tell you more or less. It was about, let's say, maybe before 4 p.m. for me, which would be before 2 a.m.
Okay. That sounds right.
Like the last two matches weren't long, right? So,
Yeah,
but if Krejcikova Sabalenka goes 3 hours and if Sinner Rublev go 5 hours, then we're speaking of a record finish. And I actually would have been unable to keep going on the stream.
Yeah.
Because I had to leave. I almost missed my table tennis practice yesterday because I ended the stream and it was like an hour and a half or something before I had to leave. And it was not enough to really go to sleep. So I was just sitting there. And then I suddenly wake up and I have like 5 or 6 minutes before I have to leave. So I was rushing and basically ran to the train station. But I did make it. So talking tennis did not end my career. Well, career.
Wait, are you taking like lessons or what?
I'm still playing for the university, even though I'm not a student anymore. Like I can't be part of the team competitions, but I can be just attending the practices and training. So I take that opportunity since, well, it's just.
Do you have a table at your apartment or whatever?
No. I have one at home in our basement, but it would be pretty impossible to fit it into apartments that I live in, And also, I wouldn't really have. Well, I guess if I had a table, I would find people to play with. I would simply invite some people I usually practice with. But it's kind of impossible to have it at home.
Do you actually play the proper table tennis technique, or do you just play like kind of how you do in tennis?
Mine is kind of unique because I was mostly self-taught for sure. I think it has a little bit of tennis in it. Sometimes sometimes people ask me like whether if I've played tennis, especially looking at my
I get asked that too. Like they're like, you play tennis, right? If they can tell.
Yeah. It happens to me, especially off my backhand. But it's actually like a bit of a strength as well because they don't really know what's coming. So
I actually swear when Federer won the Australian Open in 2017, my backhand got so good in ping pong or in table tennis that I tried to hit it like him, and it was working. I'm basically just taking it very early on the rise.
No, like if you see some videos of tennis players playing table tennis, they're not going to be horrible at it.
No, they're going to be pretty good. Yeah,
they're going to be okay. Like I would assume that they can't beat like anyone who's, let's say, high amateur level. But
it's this video
it's not going to look horrible.
Kyrgios playing ping pong against, might have been against Hewitt. And like he lost the game or something, and then he broke the paddles.
I've seen something random like Monfils against Query or something like that. And it was super funny because some Query was hitting double-handed backhands.
And there's also Schwartzman and Federer, of course, at the Labour Cup.
Federer, I've seen playing table tennis. Nadal as well, playing with Kevin Spacey. I remember that. Yeah. But Schwartzman, I don't think I've watched that. But, my favorite is definitely
grunting, and Federer was just.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my favorite was definitely that Query one because he was hitting double-handers, and I think Monfils as well, maybe.
Oh. Yeah.
But yeah, they were actually pretty okay. Like they were standing far behind the table, so they were giving a lot of time for them, for themselves to play like that. I think if even a player of my level would play against them, probably they would be rushed and like they couldn't play like this. But I don't know. I mean, I would fancy playing ping pong against some query, you know? Why not? I really
It's
wonder
very
what would
random, but
happen.
okay.
I think it would be sort of embarrassing for me to lose, but I don't know if I feel too confident.
He was actually president of table tennis club in high school.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, what ended up happening is I kind of revived the club. Like, it used to exist when I was in like my first couple of years in high school, and then some kid sat on it and broke it. So then there was no longer a table. So I was like, in my my last 2 years at the school, I was like, okay, I have like an old table at home that's in decent condition. Maybe I'll just donate it to the school. And I just need to find a teacher who's willing to host the club meetings.
Such a philanthropist.
So at that point, I was like, okay, I'll try it. Like, the worst case, it just won't work out. Then I had to raise money for, the supplies and everything, and started like a GoFundMe, and then I was able to get it to work.
Ranch, what a story.
And,
social activism. Oh, that's cool. Of course, that's very noble of you, and I am all for more popularization of table tennis, which actually is a pretty decent spot, I think, right now. At least in terms of recreational game, pro game. Not many people care, but anyway, if this set goes to Hubert Hurkacz now, that will be a steal. He did say three set points consecutively in the previous game.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy, like there weren't any major Medvedev chances, but of course it didn't feel that relevant at the time, since still there was that opportunity for Medvedev to hold. However, we'll see what happens now. As Hurkacz won the first point, he's also still in the rally here, even though earlier he didn't get like that slice too clean. But just cannot really be giving out errors like this at this point in time. But it's still 15 all. The third set, certainly for like a pretty usual 6-3 stuff, it has taken like a bit of a funky trajectory in terms of how the actual games have gone. But we'll see if that's the end of the mystery, if that's the end of the riddle. As Medvedev is trying to hold, and I think he's just landed an ace. Yes, indeed.
Coco Golf, it's at 7:30. Okay. Well, I will definitely stay up for the first one. I think I'll go to bed after the first one is over. Coco versus Arena. It's like 12:30 a.m. for me.
Oh, so they already announced the hours?
Yeah.
Let me see this point, though, as Hurkacz lobs Medvedev and wins it.
Oh, that's a good lob.
Yeah. So he's still in it at 30 all.
Medvedev rushing a little bit here. Let's see if we can actually not double fault this time in the second set.
Yeah, Sean, it's very true what you're saying. Like, two awful table tennis players will still have fun, whereas tennis is definitely much tougher to get into.
Yeah.
Also, it's 9:30 a.m. my time. Goff, Sabalenka, just both in the night session. I guess that was to be expected, but it's 30 minutes later than the usual start of the night session. Well, 15 than the one today, because today it's also starting a bit later for whatever reason.
Wow, he made it.
It's 30 all, indeed. Yeah, and Medvedev hits this whippy forehand down the line to gain his fourth set point, I think, right? It was just that 3 in a row last time.
Not this one.
So yeah, on Rod Laver tomorrow, there's women's legends doubles at first. That doesn't really, of course, matter. And then we have the men's doubles semifinals.
Yeah, it's I don't know why
Mahat
they put the
Mahat.
legends first up. Like,
Yeah, no, this is like total BS to me. Like when you have a Margaret Court schedule, let's say day 9, and you have 2 singles, women, some legends doubles, and 1 doubles match. I would be pissed. Like for example, Kostyuk Timofieva, I think they didn't even get a court with a roof, right? On one of the days, like that was the only match from the forefront not to get a court with a roof. And instead we have some legends doubles on both center arenas. Like no, just stop it. No one wants to watch that, and if they want to watch that, then they will just watch it on an outside court.
And like I saw Joe Dury tweet that like this is a good example of why men should play best of 3 or whatever. I'm just like, no, you gotta move the legends, and they should have started the matches earlier.
Yeah.
I also think ESPN paid a lot of money to get that slot yesterday for Fritz Djokovic. So I don't know if that played a role in it, but obviously we were in danger of like a 5 or 6 a.m. finish yesterday.
Yes, absolutely. If Krejcikova Sabalenka goes long and then Sinner Rublev as well, we were absolutely in danger of that. I don't know if you saw that, but apparently they asked Krejcikova and Sabalenka if they wanted to play on another court.
Yeah,
and they said no.
They said no, and
they were right to do it. Yeah. If it was the other way around, if the men's was going to be scheduled first and the women's later, I think they probably would have said yes. But given that it was the other way around, there was no way they were ever going to say yes. And they also weren't going to ask Sinner or Rublev to move because it's a longer match. So you don't want to anger the ticket holders. And it was just a bit of a situation with no possible option to avoid this problem. But then again, of course, Sinner Rublev, they get 2 days of rest. So it would have been pretty tough on them if they finished at 6 a.m., but it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world either, given they get 2 days to reset. And they would also be playing in the evening session, of course, on the... Oh, no, actually, they would have been playing in the day session on Friday, so it actually could be a little tough. Meanwhile, I also turned on the spicy Siniakova against Krejcikova doubles.
That's going to be awkward.
Thomas Machac in the box of Siniakova and Hunter, of course. That could be a...
Is he just friends or what's the...
No, they've been dating for 5 years, I think, maybe like a really long time.
Machac and who's?
Siniakova.
Really?
Yeah, really long time.
Isn't she like much older than him?
I don't think so. Maybe a couple of years, but much older.
Machac is young. He's like 2001.
No, I think Machac is like 99, maybe 2000. 2000, I think, is probably more relevant. And Siniakova will be like what, 26, 7? Yeah, Machac is 2000 indeed, and Siniakova is 96, so 4 years. I don't know if that's big or not. I don't know, but maybe when they started dating, it possibly. Adam Pawlaszek used to date Petra Kvitova, and it's like 5 years. No, 5 maybe not, but like when they were dating, Pawlaszek was like 16 and Kvitova was about 20. So that was a bit weird at the time. But maybe when they started dating,
Czech men just like older women. I don't know.
Maybe I don't know. But there's that. I actually didn't know it was 4 years. I thought it was more like 2 or 3. But I guess when they started dating, it could have been a pretty big age gap. Right now, it doesn't really make any difference. But Hubert Hurkacz, 30-all for first game of the 4th set. Of course, this is when he actually starts being under some serious pressure if things don't work out.
Oh, Medvedev makes the passing shot.
Are you so ahead of me, or
Oh, are you not there yet?
no? I just wonder if. Okay, so suddenly you're like
Yeah, I
30
before you were
minutes,
like a
30
point ahead.
minutes
So
ahead of me.
I thought you would have
Yeah,
seen this.
suddenly you're like 30 minutes ahead simply. No, because there was this previous shot which Medvedev also made, and I was like, this isn't a passing shot. And then I realized, no, you're probably talking about the next one. But of course, you know, don't bother. I
Whoa.
don't care.
Did you see that?
I'm seeing it now. It's a good exchange at the net, and Medvedev breaks. Yeah, Hurkacz will feel disappointed about this match if he loses it like that, for sure.
Hurkacz just like spotted his racket over the net.
Yeah, I saw it.
Whoa.
But yeah, the third set, he kind of blew the beginning of that, and now again he's
Wait,
down
if
the
it hits
break.
Medvedev, it's a default, right? What if
I
Medvedev
didn't
just
see-
like ran over and tried to get it to hit
I
him?
didn't see how exactly he did it. Yeah, like if it hurts Medvedev, it's a default. If something like that touches him only briefly, it's debatable. If like usually the extent of the harm that you've done is one of the main aspects of it, right? Like that's why when the umpire didn't see what Miyukato did at the French, like the impact of hairball, the umpire didn't see it, and like Soribes Tormo and who was it? Soribes Tormo and Haddad Maya? No, Soribes Tormo and someone were like maybe overplaying it a little. Like they were telling the umpire that the ball kid is hurt and scared and frightened, and like that was the reason for the default, not actually hitting the ball kid. That would have been like a warning if nothing happened. Also, I would have to see like again like how he actually does it, right? Like whether it can be constituted as a like while hitting the volley, does he let go of the racket, or is it definitely after? And by the way, that's not this tweet that we have on the screen is also irritating to me because that's not the Australian Open full schedule. That's just Rod Laver Arena. These are little things, I know, but there are a lot of other competitions at this event. Not just women's singles. And speaking of these other competitions, I haven't checked in a while how Tom Berkieta was doing. And he's actually now into the third set with Hayden Jones. In trouble a bit in the third, but in the second, it's the second he won 7-5. Also, Hanna Klugman might be about to go out. She's 3-6, 5-0. She's playing some Russian Mincheva. I'm not really familiar with, but she's seeded 15th at the event. That's 2-love Medvedev now, and Hurkacz in big trouble here, which, again, the third set's kind of random at the beginning. All the momentum going for him, he wastes it, and from that point onwards, it's been kind of all Medvedev. Still not really a display that makes us think, oh, he'll definitely beat Alcaraz, or oh, he'll be the favorite against Alcaraz, but I mean, sometimes it's just about getting through. How old is Schmidlova?
29 or 30.
Because I just started thinking about Klein and Schmidlova, so maybe it's just Czechoslovak men,
Yeah, she's
like
29.
older women. She also must be like 5 or 4 years older than him.
Then Lucas Klein.
I think he's probably older than Mahach by like 1 or 2 years, but not more.
This has actually come surprisingly easy for Medvedev, man. The second break.
Yeah.
Like, I really
Like
wasn't
the third and fourth sets definitely feel closer than the scoreline. But if you think about it, like Hurkacz even could have lost the fourth set 2-6. He saved 3 consecutive set points. So it's actually been kind of lopsided while not feeling lopsided. But it's the scoreboard that matters.
No, I just felt like Hubie was a little bit sloppy here.
Yeah.
I mean, he had all the momentum going into the third. And
going into the third, he was like on top of the world.
A bit worn out, and it wasn't looking good for Medvedev.
Yeah, but that physical edge was gone after Medvedev opened up a lead in the third, more or less.
Yeah. Also, the way he kind of gave away the break, and Medvedev came up with some good stuff at the net, but
absolutely,
I feel like Hurkacz could have been more clinical on those approaches.
Ooh, and John's favorite doubles duo, Krejcikova-Zygmunt, break Hunter Siniakova for the set. The winners of that match will play Suecia and Elise Mertens, so that's a very high-profile half of the draw, I would say.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty high-profile, actually.
It's like literally 5th seeds against 2nd seeds, maybe.
Actually, Martins and Shea, that's a go-to team right there. That is a tier 1 team for sure. Martins and
yeah. So are Hunter Siniakova and Krejcikova-Zygmunt.
Yeah, all of them.
I think Hunter might be the number 1 right now in the rankings.
Yeah.
Berketa love free down to Hayden Jones. Well, if he keeps holding 4 more opportunities to break, it certainly doesn't feel like Medvedev is unbreakable at the moment, but Hurkacz isn't exactly playing clean enough off the ground to put pressure on him the past couple of games. He's been a little more passive as well since all these breaks that have happened, so. But maybe Medvedev will be the first one to miss. No, it's Hurkacz. Tries to go back and down the line and just misses it wide. Oh, it's a fair bit out though. It's not that close. Doesn't really have an idea as to how to push through Medvedev at the moment and how to overcome him in these longer exchanges. Neither really pressuring him or also like not being more solid against him. So
yeah, and like there was a point in this match where Medvedev was under 40%. second serve points won. Now it's gone up actually considerably, right?
Yeah, I think the last 2 sets he's just been winning all the longer rallies.
Yeah.
It's so hard for Hurkacz to actually do anything from neutral, and I guess that's more so a he problem rather than Medvedev. But that's better. Slice approach to the Medvedev backhand gives him the point. This time it wasn't like the one in the first set where like he gave Medvedev the whole line open. It's actually very different. Had no angle on it.
We have also seen Medvedev struggle a little bit near the finish line against Borges.
Borges, yeah. I mean, Medvedev is still there to be broken if Hurkacz can produce a good game, but
yeah,
it's been a while since he threatened that. Actually, since that third game of the third set, of course, and that was also not due to Hurkacz producing a good game. That was due to Medvedev starting it with 2 double faults. He gets it back to 30-all with a better point. Again, that inside in, maybe not too powerful this time, but like that, still just precise and eventually gets an error. Yeah, Medvedev is 31 and 15 in 9+ rally shots. 9+ shot rallies.
it does feel like we had about 45 of them.
Also, Hurkacz is 67 and 46 in the 0-4 category, so the edge is definitely there for both players, but like still pretty. I don't know if it's surprising, but it is pretty telling like how much Medvedev is outplaying him.
I would have expected Medvedev to win the over 5, and I would have expected Hurkacz to win the 0-4.
Yeah, but the edge is pretty telling. Let's just say that. Set 1, Medvedev was 16 and 3 in 9+ rallies, which in set 2 actually went Hurkacz's way. I know it was a 6-2, but still, set 3 it's 8-4 Medvedev, and now it's 4-1 Medvedev, 4-2 as well in the medium rallies in the fourth. Yeah, I mean that sort of an edge is probably a little surprising. That's like basically 70% for Medvedev the entire match in the longer rallies. I'm not saying that the fact that Medvedev leads is surprising, but the extent of it.
This game, look, he actually committed to a good forehand inside.
Yes, that's pretty nice. Yeah, that's
honestly when he commits with the forehand and he has that like intent to like do some damage, then he's.
Yeah, and that inside in is really strong actually as well. Like he has no technical deficiencies. Like the footwork pattern is amazing. He just takes it very early as well, which I think allows him that sort of mini half volley technique. It allows him to avoid all the usual issues he has with it. So it's definitely his best.
It's really a deuce.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there was a moment there when Hurkacz probably should have passed him, but he didn't get a clean contact on that pickup, and he just sort of played into the middle again with no momentum on it. It's a decently fun rally though. And this guy is still good at doubles, by the way, so I think that kind of tells you all about that discussion we had earlier. Of course, it's a very different volleying style, but is he necessarily that much better at it, at the doubles volleying, than he at singles? No, not really.
That's 2 in this game, though. Perfectly executed inside in forehands.
Yeah, and there was a very good one earlier as well, which was not as powerful, but also pretty precise, and eventually won him the point. So he feels very confident on that shot, and he should. It's probably his best shot of the ground right now. like the past half a year or so.
Yeah. With sort of these like other mid-court balls sometimes, or like balls where he's like running to his corner, or like basically all the other type of forehands.
Yeah, like the next one.
Yeah.
I think my facial reaction was similar to the Hurkacz one. It was a little painful to watch that. Not that I even necessarily want him to win, but I kind of don't care. But yeah, just watching that forehand does make you feel stuff. But some superb court coverage from both guys. I know the Hurkacz incident wasn't as maybe risky this time, wasn't as close to the line, but still for Medvedev to cover it like that, hit that counter, Hurkacz to find his way back into the point. But of course, eventually he makes the first error. And now Medvedev leads 3-1, 3 holds away. This one was quite tricky, but it never got to break point, right? It was always Hurkacz trying to catch up and eventually failing to do that.
Is my audio good right now? No.
It's not the same as before, but it is like a little bit. I don't really know what sort of feedback I can give you, but because I'm not sure what exactly is the issue, but there's like a bit of reverb, I guess. I don't know.
That's probably
no reverb is probably a stretch. I really don't know how to describe it, but it's not crystal clear. I'll say that. It's not the same issue as before, though. No.
Just try plugging the mic in, but without the earphones, Vanch.
Yeah, I don't have any earphones right now.
But plug the mic in, because the mic hasn't been in for a long time. Or the mic is on.
Should be there.
The mic hasn't, for sure. That hasn't, since we changed away from the earphone thing, the mic hasn't been on, which is an option that meant no feed. There's been no feedback at least, but yeah, if you can plug the mic in.
Yeah, let me try this actually. I'll come back in.
Okay.
Oh, maybe there's like a lot of static noise when Vanch is on. Maybe that's how I should have described it to him, because now it's very quiet in my in my earphones. I don't know if you have the same feeling, but suddenly it's gotten very quiet. Just 1 minute and 1 second in the service game for Hurkacz, and he earns himself another chance to try to keep going with Medvedev. But we all know it's going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. But if Medvedev holds 3 more times here, it's certainly going to be a bit of a disappointing exit for Hurkacz, given how much momentum he had going into the third set and how it quickly unraveled. That's the whistling you were mentioning. Okay, I don't remember that coach from the summer of last year, so probably it's a new thing.
I think now
or
you'll
maybe
be
he
able
just wasn't
to
there.
hear me better.
Yes.
Cool.
I think previously, what I didn't tell you is that there was a lot of background noise, because once you left, it was just so quiet in my earphones. Suddenly in my ears, it was so
I know
quiet.
what that is. I bet you're not hearing it now, though, right?
No. Now it's good.
Good.
Now I can hear you when you speak, and you only then. Let's say that. someone on my timeline on Twitter saying neither of these two stand a chance against Carlos. I kind of can't disagree with it.
We'll see how Carlos looks today. Thing is, Zverev played those 2 5-setters, but I don't think he'll be as jaded as he was when they played at the U.S. Open. When
No. I think he's going to be better physically today than at the US Open, yeah.
the concern
would
from his Zverev perspective would probably be his forehand. It was not good against
he
Rory.
needs to start going after it. Like, he needs to start going after it. This is the moment where he really needs to. The whole event, he's been allowed to just BS his way through when it comes to the forehand side and basically push it whenever the going gets tough.
He was
But
pushing it,
today
and
he
Cam
needs
was
to.
going after it.
Yeah. Today he needs to start hitting through it. Otherwise, there's no chance for him to win this whatsoever.
Yeah, I think I said like Alcaraz would win it in 4 sets. I probably still think that.
I think I gave him a set as well.
Yeah. I guess if Alcaraz wins, he'll also become the youngest since Djokovic to, well, I guess get to the semis of all 4 majors. Actually, Novak achieved that quite young. I think Djokovic was even younger than Alcaraz is now when he got that. Because he would have got it 2008 Australian Open. Which means, that's just a few days basically, because they're both born in May. So it would just be Alcaraz off the record by just a few days. Because I think Djokovic has the record right now in terms of the semis at all 4.
Some nice cat and mouse point for Hurkacz. The last game of Medvedev wasn't too competitive, but at least 2 games ago he did push him. So maybe it's not like he's unbreakable. It doesn't feel like a John Isner match where we are like 2 holds away and we're like, okay, so this is done and dusted. But it will take something special from Hurkacz still to actually find that break now. And that's 40-15, so it looks like he will secure himself another shot at it. I think even though we have the Krejcikova against Siniakova battle, it's clear that the most intense player on the court is Laura Zygmunt. Whoa, that's an awesome smash as well from Siniakova to save a break point. They were about to go down a set and a breakdown. Maybe Zygmunt is just really firing today because she knows that Krejcikova and Siniakova got split up, and like Krejcikova perhaps told her something, and Zygmunt is just now like, yeah, we'll beat this woman now. I'll get Katka for you, Barbie. That's what she said. Pretty sure. But that's gonna be deuce, and Hurkacz again getting into some minor
Oh wow, it's
issues.
deuce.
Yeah. Now we're back into the background noise, by the way. You copied of my test? Did I say something like that? I don't remember it, but possible. I mean,
Okay, so he does hang on.
it sounds good. It sounds okay. Indeed, I think perhaps we're over that time when Zverev could beat Alcaraz just by defending.
Yeah.
It used to be true at some point. Obviously, the French Open 2022 is the prime example, but
Sure. But also, I don't think Alcaraz was just ready then.
yeah, like that time is probably has already passed. Like that moment when in time when Zverev had the chance to beat Alcaraz like this fairly
He was also
consistently
slightly
as well.
injured, I think, going into that tournament. With the, I know he didn't play Rome.
No, but he didn't play Rome because he won Madrid and Barcelona, right?
And then he pulled out of Queens because he had some sort of elbow issue.
Yeah, that wasn't why he lost, though.
Yeah, I
like,
know. But
we could pinpoint probably issues like that for every player at every event, right? These guys are hurt all the time.
But then I remember like there was a legit concern that he might not, like, because then he wasn't playing the exos, and then he looked kind of undercooked on the grass. I don't think that's why he lost the quarterfinal, but I just, maybe it started at some point there. After, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. He also had I think he had a set point in that fourth set tiebreak. So I think if he wins that set, then he's maybe looking good to win in 5. But I don't know. Zverev has a really good 5-set record, actually.
Jesus, another one of these people believe in everything. I mean, people just believe in everything. Someone posted a Yastremska photo from the press conference and posted a quote from her, which says, "For sure, it's unbelievable. I get to be a seed again in the big tournaments. I love being seeded as long as it's not contaminated."
Oh, dude.
And people actually believe in this. I mean, it's pretty funny, but people actually believe in this, and are saying,
I know.
like, for
I saw
example,
there was a
Miles
Yahoo
just
Sports, the Yahoo Sports article about Raducanu and
yeah. I saw that.
article.
Yeah, Raducanu, Alcaraz. That whole thing, by the way, is also yeah. I mean,
then there was that whole thing about him because he was put on the spot, so he couldn't name a WTA player, and
yeah.
I mean, it is a little like, he didn't name a single person, but I mean, he maybe could have just not understood the question, Alcaraz, Raducanu, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that whole thing is just like, wow.
I saw Marty Fish saying like, "Oh, maybe he's dating a WTA player."
If he is, I mean, I don't know, but yeah, just caring about that whole debate, and
no, I couldn't find the energy to.
Yeah, exactly. Like I have more important things to do, really.
Yeah.
And like that whole tweet of Mark Petchey, who says that he's gonna, like, once he's done commentating, he's gonna
that was
disappear
weird. What do you
off
mean
Twitter,
you're gonna
because
be off?
there can't be any discussion about anything, like no critical thinking. Did you really want to have a serious discussion about this? Like, what the hell are you talking
Yeah,
about?
and
You want
also-
to have a serious discussion about this particular subject, which is like a made-up, debate, really, about nothing, like something about like trying to interpret a moment of silence from Alcaraz, who couldn't come up with a name of a WTA player. Wow.
I don't know, just
Or a name of a WTA player he enjoys watching, rather.
Then I also saw some other takes where it was like that was a weird line of questioning by Courier, and they were like placing some blame on him, and I'm just like, nah, it was fine of him to ask that question, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Like people saying that
And
Courier
also,
did
he
something
didn't
wrong.
notice how he didn't like press Alcaraz once Alcaraz made that general comment about the WTA. Like he didn't probe him further.
I mean, you're literally interviewing someone. The whole thing about interviewing someone live, especially, is
Oh,
just
wow.
about putting them on the spot. And that's the break for Hurkacz. A couple of very aggressive points just a second ago, trying to close down the net. Maybe he didn't even have to play a volley here, but he does put a bit of pressure on Medvedev, at least with the approach. And he gets the break back. I won't say that it was like written in the stars, but it did feel like, it's a little weird if this match goes like this.
Yeah.
Like it's a little.
I knew there was it felt like there was maybe one more twist coming.
Yeah, the edge in the scoreboard was definitely much higher than the edge in terms of their quality the last two sets, and even though Hurkacz could have easily lost the third set 2-6.
Yeah.
It's just that he wasn't really winning the big points, but we'll see. Now he has another sort of momentum. Big momentum moment when he can just keep going and rolling, or he can just stick around at the same level that he's been at and have issues. But that whole thing, I think Courier obviously did nothing wrong. Like the whole foundation of interviews is literally asking someone for something that they probably have never heard of, unless it's like an interview where you send the questions beforehand. But if you're doing a post-match interview, I mean, you're asking for a comment on something the player probably hasn't ever spoken about a lot of the time. So, and for Alcaraz, it could be a little tougher as well, given his English is like improving, but okay-ish. I know that names of players aren't exactly related to that, but it also could make it a little tougher as a whole. So, but yeah, blaming Courier for this is idiotic for sure.
Yeah.
Also blaming for what, really, because nothing happened. Like in order for there to be blame, guilt, there has to be something negative that's happened, and the only negative thing is the reaction of people who are trying to like interpret this in a thousand different ways. And either shade Alcaraz for not knowing WTA players or come up with this girlfriend theory. Which I don't know. I mean, maybe it is true. If it is, I really couldn't be bothered. For sure. I suppose that's a happy reaction, John. The GIF or whatever it was that you just posted, the short video GIF. But I think it is, yeah, especially because Hubert does, clench his fist at the end. And speaking of Carlos Alcaraz, he's here on my feed right now, walking through the venue. Is he gonna meet with a WTA player behind the door? No, he's actually gonna just walk through it. And Alexander Zverev is also there, and someone is putting okay, so he's gonna be like warming up. At first I thought this guy was tying his shoelaces, but no. That's Anna Kalinskaya talking to someone from her team as well. Looks like her mother, maybe. I don't know if she's working for the mother, but it did look like a motherly, daughterly relationship rather than a coach type of thing. But anyway, Now 5-4 Hurkacz. Can he actually maybe get the break right here? Keep that run of games going. Keep that good patch. It's not impossible.
Corona boys. What are your thoughts on the Corona boys, Damien?
I don't know if I have any. It's a fun story. It's a fun sort of social media thing as well. You can do a lot of content with that, and yeah, it's a nice fan club to have. I mean, probably the most recognizable thing like that we've had in tennis, right? I don't really remember any other group like that.
Yeah.
Yannick is definitely very open to it as well. So I don't really have anything that would be negative about them to say, because it doesn't impact my life personally, but I think it's pretty cool for Yannick and for the sort of even the image of the sport, I guess, if you want to go that far.
Yeah.
Raj needs 5 sets. That's probably gonna happen. Oh, that could happen. Ooh. First final that wow, Borg McEnroe. That's indeed ages.
What?
Ivan Lendl full career. No, I'm just reading the comments. If you said you didn't watch WTA, that would be a crime these days. Yeah. Again, that flat backhand just piercing through the court, and Medvedev can't quite handle it, but he does have one more game point. So
Oh wow. He finds that backhand and cross court angle.
I'm just watching it. I don't see where the angle is gonna come, so it's interesting. Oh, here, okay. Yeah. When he has that sort of ball top to bottom, he can easily wrap up a point with it, but of course sometimes it's a bit of a shaky shot as well. Yeah, another one of these flatter backhands that kind of give Medvedev trouble, but then he didn't follow up on it.
Hurkacz being aggressive on the second serve return and hitting his more favorable forehand.
which is inside in.
Yeah.
Medvedev stretching his left quad a little bit.
I'm still watching that Krejcikova-Siniakova match as well, and let me tell you, like, Storm Hunter's second service, massively awful. It's pretty hard to believe that she can be the doubles for number one of it, honestly, but well.
I mean, ooh, that was a good forehand cross court on the run by Medvedev, but Hurkacz got to it easily, and now he's somehow in this rally. And oh wow, Medvedev does hold, but that was quite an effort.
Yeah, again pushing, but not enough to generate a set point. Just a fair few deuces. But yeah, at least we won't be able to say that, the last two sets went sort of too easily in Medvedev's favor.
Wasn't it deuce at 2-4?
Yeah, it was 40-15, then deuce, yeah.
Okay. Do you think Zhang is... How do you see Zhang and Kalinskaya going?
I mean, it's not a given. Zhang does seem like very reliable at the moment. She is obviously the player with more upside in the future, but if you get like a peak Kalinskaya performance, which the last 2 or 3 months we've been getting that almost every time, then yeah, I don't really see a big favorite in that one.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's also a big opportunity for either player, sort of in a different manner. Kalinskaya, who at some point maybe didn't even think that this was coming for her, the past couple of years being like fairly mediocre, and Zhang, someone who feels that this will be coming, but this is already like, she's expected to make the final.
It'll be interesting if you get Zhang versus Coco in the final, because of
that might be the best. That might be the best possible final that we have left, honestly.
Yeah, and also because Parariba is coaching Zhang.
Yeah.
So there's that storyline that people will go after.
He goes with Kinven first, then Coco, and then back to Kinven.
And then back, yeah. Okay, I will be right back. I have to go get my watch because I left it downstairs.
Sure. Who's doing the night matches, Terry? I don't know. John can tell you that. As far as I know, I'll probably be on at least one of them. But I don't know if I'll be by myself or not. I know John can't do it. Vansh, usually for him, it's too late, right? So Raj hoping for 4 double faults for Medvedev there. Maybe in this game they can come. Maybe at 6-5, because that was a very quick Hurkacz hold. He puts away Medvedev fairly easily. And Berketa lost to Hayden Jones 5-7 in the third. So 2 Poles have already been eliminated today at the Australian Open. Perhaps not a great prediction for Hurkacz. Tomek did have a breakpoint at 5-all, but then lost 5-7 in the third. Hannah Klugman also out, so the Brits in our chat, our community will not be pleased about it. I think that definitely makes the quarterfinal between Yamrichova and Efremova tomorrow a must watch. But yeah, let's see how Medvedev tackles this game. If Hurkacz can produce any pressure here, as he's for the second time trying to break to win the fourth set, of course, and fifth set.
Honestly, I think Medvedev is struggling physically and he needed to finish this off in 4. So if it goes to a 5th, I'm leaning Hurkacz. Also credit to Hubie because in that 4-3 game where Medvedev was serving up a break, Hurkacz came up with some good forehands.
Yeah, he was really aggressive there.
I think actually Hurkacz won that game more than Medvedev lost it.
Yes, I think he showed that sometimes net presence is just as important as actually being super good on the approach shot. There were definitely a few errors there that he sort of forced just by positioning himself aggressively rather than with particularly strong approaches.
Yeah, I mean his forehand is good when he uses it as an approach shot rather than just massaging the ball near or behind the baseline. So any chance he gets to be more aggressive or at least apply that pressure, that's when he is usually playing his best tennis. But also, maybe it's just he was down in the scoreboard and he felt like it'll be over quickly if he doesn't do it, right? So there was also that urgency that perhaps was missing.
Yeah, that's true. He really stepped out and pushed for it for the first time in a few games. And
no, I think that backhand's going to be just long. Medvedev actually did not do that much with that serve plus 1 at 15:30, and he allowed Hurkacz back into the rally, but Hurkacz misses that backhand that was let him off the hook there. Could have been 2 set points. Oh, he goes for the aggressive backhand on the line again, and this time he actually does finish the forehand. Net. So now it's a set point for Hurkacz. The backhand down the line did all the damage, but Medvedev looks really slow right now. Just did not react at all to that.
Yeah, and after getting to that shot, he was not even trying to recover to get back into position, split step, whatever. He was the moment he got that backhand back, he was just okay. The point is done.
And now it is set point second serve. Oh, and it's out, and Hurkacz has taken the 4th set. And
so not 4 double faults like Rash was suggesting, but the break is there.
I think Hurkacz is the favorite right now.
It's very possible.
Yep, advantage Hurkacz. Looks like Steve Flink is going to be on the money yet again, like he usually is.
I mean, again, is it really right if you go Hurkacz in 5 or 4? Like, what's exactly?
No. I mean, no. I
what
didn't have
constitutes
Hurkacz
being
in
right?
4. I had Medvedev. So
I know I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about in general. I had Hurkacz in 5 as well, but like what? I'm not exactly right because you cannot predict something like that.
yeah, you can predict it. I know. It's just
You can predict like a certain maybe dynamic of play. Yes, that you can do for sure. And well, with this matchup, I guess it was pretty obvious like how they were going to approach it. But yeah, like if you're going Hurkacz in 5 or Hurkacz in 4, there's no difference virtually because you cannot predict every single set outcome and break points, obviously. But Raj, I suppose that's a pretty high over under. I'm not too
37.5.
well.
Yeah.
I don't know them too well, but I suppose that would be pretty high. That's usually the case for Hurkacz matches, though, right?
Yeah.
The over of sets or games is going to be much higher than for most other players.
50-50. Although this would just also be the second time if Hurkacz does win, then he comes back from 2 sets to 1 down against Medvedev in a Grand Slam and en route to his semi-final run.
Yeah, this time it's like not even en route, but to secure his semi-final even, right?
Yeah. I said en route because obviously he still had to beat Federer. And
And Wimbledon was of course very different because he still had to play Roger.
Yeah.
I mean, it still counts as en route, but yeah, 2 wins over Medvedev. If he can get that done, both to actually make his best slam runs, and that would already classify as this deep slam run that I was hoping. I said that Hurkacz kind of has to have this year. Like he has to have a deep run at one of the 3 slams that he well, I wanted to say that suit him. Well, US Open, he's never made the second round, but you know, outside of clay, outside of Roland Garros, he needed a deep slam run this year to like really say that he's made some progress. And maybe
who's
this
more
is
likely to get to a quarterfinal, Hurkacz or Fritz?
where
Roland Garros.
Hurkacz.
Why? Just the serve and the movement a little bit.
He's made the forefront before. I think he's a really good mover defensively on clay, and I think his game is a little weaker.
Yeah,
definitely the offensive aspect of it, but I can see him pushing through to a quarterfinal. Well, actually, maybe it's Fritz. Yeah, maybe it's just the fact that Fritz has never had. Yeah, it's pretty close. Maybe it's just the fact that Fritz has never even had a forefront that's making me think like that. But then again, if you land Fritz again in like a pretty easy section,
but also it's the draw, right? Like he played.
Yeah, if you land Fritz in like a pretty easy section, maybe actually it's Fritz. Hurkacz didn't have a very tough draw to the forefront at Roland Garros, I think. It was like what Zepieri, Goffin.
Goffin was third round, I think. And Goffin.
Oh no, that was no, it was Goffin, right? It was Goffin.
Yeah, it was Goffin.
Goffin, Zepieri
injured something in that first set, and then it was like kind of a runaway.
Yeah, it wasn't like the other match that they played. Was it Cecchinato maybe second round, and then he loses to Ruud taking a set. But you know he could have beaten Ruud. Like it's not impossible. He's definitely not the favorite there on clay, but yeah, I think his game is a little offensively limited on clay more so than on other surfaces, but it's not impossible for him to make the quarters at Roland Garros. But that anything he makes there is just a bonus. Like it's just a bonus. Wimbledon, Australian Open, I think by this point we can sort of say that there's some pressure on him to perform. US Open, I don't know. I mean, he should be getting better results there than he is.
This match is giving me Federer Raonic Wimbledon 2016 vibes.
The slip.
Well, and also just it looks like, you know, the player who won that tight fourth set 7-5 just like has the upper hand and momentum, and it doesn't feel like.
Yeah, but it's Hubert Hurkacz as well. I don't know if you know what
Yeah, but if he gets like one break and he just holds on to his serve.
I know. He's just, well, we saw in the third set that he's not exactly the best at holding up like that, holding on to
Sure.
that momentum.
I know, but now it looks worse than like
I know,
Medvedev's
it
condition
looks worse.
than it was then.
The physical edge has appeared again, reappeared after that previous moment. Do you think Halep will return after her ban? How long will the ban be? That's important, right? Because if it's that 4 years, no. If it's gonna end in June, she probably will. Yeah, Hurkacz has a 5-6 win-loss record at the US Open.
Oh gosh.
And actually, every single slam outside of Wimbledon, he has a 50% and below. Of course, that's before this event. So after this event, of course, his record at the Australian Open is going to be pretty good. In fact, if he wins today, his Australian Open record is going to be the same as at Wimbledon, which is 10-5. But yeah, definitely a bit of an underperformer at the slams, and especially the hardcourt ones up until Australian Open last year, essentially. Where will Hurkacz make his annual ATP 1000 final this year?
Paris Masters.
Yeah, that's a decent guess. That would be good for him as well, because that's at the end of the year. He would improve on his quarterfinal points.
Or Cincinnati. One of the two.
Yeah, Cincinnati, he hasn't had one yet, and I guess that's also a good idea. Probably not Indian Wells, Miami or Cincinnati, yeah, or Paris, Shanghai as well. Why not again? Depends on the draws, of course, but yeah, Cincinnati hasn't had one yet, and he kind of could. Is it possible for Hurkacz to claim all the to have at least a final at every single ATP 1000 event on hard courts?
On hard court,
finishes his career.
Yeah, Indian Wells would be the toughest, but like, I mean,
it's not impossible.
It's not impossible. Like, I mean, Medvedev did it on.
There's actually potential for that. Yeah, there's actually potential for that.
Yeah, I could also even see like maybe Madrid.
Well, Monte Carlo, he was close, right? He lost in the semis to Dimitri. No, it's quarters.
I think Rome is the only one he hasn't made the quarters.
Madrid, he made the quarters, I think. Yeah.
Rome, though, he hasn't made quarters.
I see what you mean. He had a third round, I guess, 1 year, but I don't think he made the quarters.
Yeah. Actually, the year he beat Goffin at the 2022, he beat Goffin at the French.
Yeah, he lost to him in earlier. Yeah. Yeah. It was expected to be a much tougher match at the French for sure, but of course. Anyway, of course, Hurkacz about to serve, actually 3 points in already, and it looks like this game will go. Oh yeah, that's the forehand of Hubert Hurkacz that makes you want to puke, but it probably will not have him in any real trouble in this game anyway.
Medvedev had actually improved his 5-set record recently, but it looks like, I mean, he's what, 5-9?
I don't know.
It's not great, but I guess he's been fine in his last few 5-setters.
Oh, he lost to Thiago Seyboth-Wild.
Right, Thiago Seyboth-Wild and Hurkacz at Wimbledon, but apart from that, he's won some, right?
He's Hurkacz at Wimbledon. That's like far, long time ago. He lost to Goffin at Wimbledon as well, but that was 2019. Then he beat like Wawrinka maybe was in 4. He lost to Ruben Bemelmans at Wimbledon 2017. I'm pretty sure in 5 sets.
Yeah, his 5-set record before was awful. It was like he lost all those matches before. Like 2018, 2017. Oh yeah, Bemelmans, that's the one where he threw coins at the umpire, right?
I don't even remember that. I just remember him beating Wawrinka, being super excited about Medvedev's prospects at that event because he also had this great match against Dimitrov in Eastbourne. And then, of course, him losing to Bemelmans in the second round was a little disappointing.
What a choke. I mean, I wouldn't call this a choke.
This is more Hurkacz kind of stepping up in that 4-3 game.
Yeah, I don't think he choked Medvedev. No, like Medvedev for the most part, he's been just trying to extend the rallies and hoping to sort of avoid the extra pressure that Hurkacz is putting on him. And in that game, he kind of wasn't. Like when Hurkacz is playing well, this has been a good match for him. Like literally when he's playing well, it's he's had the edge, like in general, when he is hitting through the forehand and when he's attacking the net in like a more precise, more thought through manner. But so yeah, I wouldn't call this a choke. Who said it was a choke, by the way?
I think this person is just a Medvedev fan, so it's makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, that definitely impacts you. If you were doing roids, do you think people would accept it if you admitted it? I don't know what roids are. Do you know what roids are?
Actually, I'll just say it was Srihari. So
yeah.
I know, because I know why he would say that though.
Yeah, I know. Although he likes Hurkacz as well, I think.
He does, yeah.
He likes Medvedev more.
Yeah, Medvedev more.
But Hurkacz, I know he's pretty fond of too.
Yeah, basically all the players in his bio. He likes Rune. And Sinner.
Well, let's not beat around the bush. I mean, Djokovic is the most important one.
That's obvious. Novak weekly.
I don't understand. So how many show hosts does this show have?
Well, it used to be just Mario and Marco, but now
exactly.
But now Srihari is also one of the hosts, and so is Jay Shro, I think.
I don't know that guy. No.
Yeah. Just some Novak fan, of course, on Twitter.
Okay, it's interesting. Yeah, because I still thought it was like Mario and Marco.
Yeah, it's like sometimes it's the three of them, sometimes it's the two of them, sometimes it's all four. There's whoever's available, I guess.
Yeah, sure. You know what I'm going to tell you? The Iga and Carlos tennis show will outlive the Novak Weekly podcast.
Yes, I agree. Well, I mean, yeah, there's also a tennis show, which
we will also outlive.
But yes,
three is literally on their last legs.
I know, dude. That's why I needed to get this ball rolling quickly, because I felt like could combine the two.
We might be in trouble if like they're both injured and out for half a year. And we take a sabbatical.
Yeah, but what are the chances that both of them at the same time would be,
hopefully not great, but
yeah, but you never know, of course. But
I guess even the big three never really.
I guess we would just talk about their rivals, so I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we would keep it going in some way, but probably like less.
Or maybe relive their old matches, or call some guests for a different perspective.
Call their doctors and to tell us whether they're gonna be healthy soon. I guess like if you think about the big three, they never really had a patch where two of them were injured, right? But it's 2 out of 3, I guess. Yeah. So it would actually be even more likely than both of them getting injured at the same time. Well, actually, no, it wouldn't be more likely. What am I talking about? Never mind.
I have no idea.
Maths is hard at 7:30 a.m. If you've been up since 3 a.m. Anyway, Siniakova and Hunter broke, so they might be taking it into the third set. That spicy women's doubles everyone cares about. Someone on my Twitter commented then that the ESPN is not showing any doubles with like a couple of question marks, and I'm like, bro, you surprised?
It should be on ESPN Plus though.
I don't know.
Are they actually not showing it? Let me see.
They should be.
I don't know. I just will not be. I think that was about Hanfman Kepfer rather than Siniakova Krejcikova, but I guess it works for both. But I don't know. I'm obviously not.
No, I
placing
can
the
see
events.
Krejcikova, Sigmund, and Hunter Siniakova.
So apparently the guy is just not a subscriber.
But it's not on like regular ESPN, of course.
Yeah, probably that's
You need the ESPN Plus.
that's what he was referring to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Tuan Hurkacz with not much of a story again in his service game, although it was 30-all. Still, he is serving first. He has the momentum. Does he have the physical advantage? It's again become less clear with the fifth set, but we'll see.
I wouldn't mind Hurkacz versus Alcaraz.
Hurkacz Alcaraz or Medvedev Alcaraz? What do I want to see?
Either are good, but
yeah, either is fine. Just not Medvedev Zverev.
yes.
Zverev Hurkacz I'm fine with as well, but not Medvedev Zverev.
Yeah.
Zverev Hurkacz, of course, recently they've had a pretty decent match against each other, which I mean, there was a sensational match point save, but also the other match point and the next 2 points from Hurkacz from 6-4 up in the tiebreak. That was pretty rough. Then again, for the most part, like he was barely winning points on return the entire match, so you could also argue that Zverev was like better from start to finish and was just making some stupid decisions in the first and second tiebreak to go down, and of course eventually recovering in the second.
Yeah. Do you not think Carlos is going to win? No, I think we both have Carlos winning in 4.
Carlos is possibly, it's possible for him to lose.
Yeah, of course. But it's just that Zverev would have to play significantly better than he has been playing.
Yeah, he has to just go all out, and I kind of think he will mentally. Like I believe that he might come out with a very different mindset, because he literally pushed through 4 matches that he was expected to win, and now like it's a bit of a bonus. However, I don't know if Zverev will treat it like this, because he is very full of himself, very self-assured, and he might actually be treating this as a match that he wants, like really needs to win. And in that case, it might still be like holding him back a little, pressure-wise. But yeah, he just needs to go after the forehand. Like, this is no time to keep pushing. Like, you cannot do it if you're Zverev. And this is, of course, a big thing in any Zverev match, really, against the top seed. You gotta trust your shots, and
yeah,
he hasn't been so far.
Alcaraz with his variety, and if he plays the way he's been hitting his forehand the way he did against Kecmanovic, and he's allowed that time, and Zverev gives him that time, and he has a good serving day.
Yeah, but if he has that time, and that's a big if.
Well, yeah, but sometimes
Zverev could literally just serve and hit him off the court. Like, it's happened before. I know Turin is a different thing, of course, because the surface is so much faster.
Indoors is just a different story. I don't know if
it is a different story. I think it is somewhat translatable for Zverev. Like the peak version of Zverev can do it, but he really just needs to go
Yeah.
for it. And I don't know if he has it in him right now, or if he ever really had it in him, because he's rarely been displaying that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't know, I watch
Even
him
some
play
of his
those other
biggest
rounds and
slams.
I'm just like, the dude is just so far away from, he looks so far away from winning a slam when he plays like that, you know?
Yeah. Someone on one of my tweets as well, they commented then that he can't believe that Zverev is number 6 in the world when he watches him, because the dude just looks so basic. And I don't necessarily agree with it. Like, I think Zverev is supremely talented, but I get what he's going for. Like, if you watch him against
Yeah, I mean,
Nori,
you watch him play against Klein or something, and you'd be like, "Who is the number?" You know, if you're watching him for the first time,
yeah,
you
but
wouldn't know.
that's a different thing though, because Klein is just bashing any ball he sees and you know, approaching the net 90 times. I think the Nori match is more telling, because you just see a guy who's just playing it safe all the time and just hoping that Cam will eventually make some errors, which he did. But other than the serve, you don't really see any star quality, I guess, in a match like this. Klein, it was very different, because on the day anyone would be defending mostly against Klein. So that's a different matchup, I think. Kepfer was pretty weak as well, that match from Zverev. But then again, the opponent also is very tricky and just like keeps the ball so uncomfortable. And Mikkelsen, I guess, was his best performance. But yeah, the Nori match, I think, especially is quite a good
He
example
also
of
just
that. Of
really
how,
invited Cam to, you know, be super aggressive and
yeah,
go after his.
like when you watch that match, you wouldn't believe that Zverev is that guy who everyone thought was, you know, guaranteed to win a slam at some point.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this usually now. Like, he still gets to the second week, but then he has that like one performance that's like, yeah, he never didn't go out and get it. Like, remember when he played Shapovalov, and was it a couple of years ago at the Shapovalov 2022? Yeah, AO. Like, everyone was picking. A lot of people were even picking him to win that tournament.
Australia, yeah, okay.
And
Because
they thought,
I
oh, you
don't
know,
think I
they thought
remember.
it was danger for Rafa to play him in the quarters.
Oh yeah, I mean they've
And
played a
I can't blame
five-setter at
them.
the
I mean,
Australian Open
I
before,
also
right?
had that as a round that Rafa could go out, but he didn't even get there, and he played so passively against Chapo. And that's when I was like,
Yeah, that was the one when he was just looping every forehand. Yeah, I remember that one now. But yeah, I think against Rafa he also had a 5-setter at the Australian Open in the past, so it was perfectly natural. I don't remember,
2017.
if I
Yeah.
made any.
That's when he was, but that's when he was coming up, and then he was much more very
Yeah.
fearless. But he didn't even in that match. In that match he didn't have it physically. Actually, that was more physical.
Yeah.
Because like originally he used to struggle with like the 5-setters backing them up.
I think at the 2022 Australian Open, it was pretty clearly to me that Medvedev is the title favorite, but Zverev was probably one of the dark horses as well, and well, definitely didn't have him losing to Shapovalov in round 3, and yeah, that was like a 3-setter maybe even, right?
Yeah, straight sets.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, I just remember him literally pushing every forehand and then just getting outplayed.
Yeah.
I forgot about that much, but yeah, that was one of the weakest showings he's ever had, probably at the slams. But still, it is kind of telling, and of course, that top 10 record as well is telling. If you are a player who like aspires to win things like that,
it took so long for him to get to even a semifinal. Like, it took him until 2020 to finally get that first semifinal.
Australian Open.
Yeah.
I guess it is pretty long. Yeah, I guess it used to be a story, yeah, in like 18-19 that he can't get there despite winning a few ATP thousands and the ATP finals.
Yeah. No, I mean, I feel like resume wise, it's very obvious that he's the guy like with the best resume who doesn't have a slam right now. But when it comes to like most likely to get it before him, you'd have to go with you'd have to go with Sinner.
Yeah, I mean,
you have to go
all
with
of
Sinner
them
ahead of Tsitsipas, Zverev, Rude.
Oh yeah, I mean that generation is
so far.
lost. I mean they literally missed their chance, and now they have to fight against Novak, who's still very strong, and
Yeah.
also the youngsters coming up, especially Alcaraz, Sinner, maybe Rune in
I
a
don't know
year
if
or
it's.
two.
I wouldn't say it's like impossible for them to win one. Like they still have. They're
Like
still in their mid
stars have
20s.
to align because they're
They're
not
still in
beating
their mid
Alcaraz,
20s, but
Sinner back to back.
they just need the draws to go in there. Yeah,
Yeah,
they need
like
something like
they're not beating Alcaraz, Sinner back to back, for example.
yeah.
Neither of them is, and they can produce one upset over one of these guys, but they're not beating two guys of this quality back to back. The youngsters are better; they're more talented, and they have already developed, to themselves to a stage where they can beat them fairly consistently. And that goes for the whole Medvedev, Zverev, Rublev, Tsitsipas generation to me. Medvedev, of course, is the exception, being former number one, and then getting a slam. So like the pressure isn't on him that much, but the others have probably missed their chances. Like they're going to be in contention, anytime we have a slam rolling around. We've got Rublev, Zverev, Tsitsipas. Probably most of them are going to be in the top 10 in terms of like the power rankings or whatever. But that doesn't mean they have a real shot of winning this slam. Like before the Australian Open, I think we said that there are like 4 players with a real shot at winning this, and these 4 players are still at the event.
Yeah.
On the women's, also the case was like similar. Of course, 2 of them are out, but the other 2 are still the main favorites. It actually isn't that open, because if someone like even Zverev winning a slam here is already a shock, because he has to beat Alcaraz, he has to beat Hurkacz or Medvedev, and he has to beat Sinner or Djokovic. So that's already a huge stretch. That's 3 top 10 wins in a row for a guy who has a 2-14 top 10 record at the slams, or 2-13 or whatever it is.
But somebody like him could do it in the ATP finals, or they could do it in Madrid, but it's very different. 3 out of 5.
Yeah, 3 out of 5, and also conditions that are like some of his favorite in the world, both Madrid and ATP finals.
Yeah.
Then again, Madrid, like he gets totally demolished by Alcaraz the last 2 times they play, right? So
actually, Medvedev is making his push a little bit now. It's not all hope lost. He's
definitely not.
He is running
again that physical edge is gone.
Shot. Yeah,
it's literally like the second set where it seems like Hurkacz is definitely the fresher player, and it's like Medvedev might be in trouble, but then the new set starts and the physical edge is kind of gone. Like we're just
there's
back
also
to
like this break, this like release of tension after the fourth. Like there's some time to regroup and kind of get
the bigger advantage is probably serving first now. Like that's probably the bigger advantage for Hurkacz than anything physical for now.
Yeah.
And of course, if he keeps holding, and actually he's just lost the point to go 15-30 down, but if he keeps holding, that serving first thing will be actually a huge deal. Of course, we're just 6 holds away from the tiebreak anyway. So
yeah, but in a little bit of a pickle here at 15-30.
Yeah.
Is that how they use? Are you familiar with the word pickle? Like they use it like that?
Do we have it in Polish? Probably not. No. No, I don't think there's an expression like this. I am familiar with it, but no, I don't think we have anything like that.
I don't know what the origin story behind it is, but just say pickle. He's in a little bit of a pickle right now. Words, language, so fascinating.
When you said it like that, it kind of seemed sarcastic for some reason. Like the tone seemed a bit sarcastic. But anyway, 15-40, and this is now super crucial, of course. Hurkacz missing that backhand cross. Again, just in the longer rally, he is the one to crack. This match has really been about like how aggressive Hurkacz can stay and avoid all that. Hit the inside in forehand, maybe attack the net with it as well. And once he's doing that,
and look at that. Medvedev being aggressive in this point, coming forward
But Hurkacz is actually defending really nicely, and that lob just goes out, and yeah, Medvedev sensed the moment here. Wonderfully, actually. Wow.
Yeah, the accidental return as well.
Yeah.
She completely mishit, but it landed on the line. The lob was so close too.
So I thought it was going to drop in.
Yeah.
Medvedev's just a bit more courageous, really, in that game, and well, also Hurkacz also had that backhand that he probably shouldn't have missed to go down 2 break points.
Yeah, Hurkacz is like struggling again for ideas to break out of that longer exchange with Medvedev.
Yeah, I think Medvedev's still pretty much dominant in that category, right?
Oh,
Like longer
definitely.
rallies.
Yeah.
It's probably a huge edge
And
still.
that 15-30 point, for example, like Hurkacz just has no idea how to progress in the point, which isn't that easy against Medvedev. I'm not saying it's obvious.
Maybe he just needs to be down in the score to feel that urgency again. But yeah, that's the thing though. It could be too late now because it's just 2 holes. Both players are still though barely just trying to get over the line. It's not looking like either guy is really a title contender right now.
Yeah, it looks like we might limit that 4-player group that I mentioned earlier to 3.
Srihari getting excited. Alcaraz might get injuries at some point. I believe Alcaraz is playing in Rio, right?
Buenos Aires as well.
Oh, both of them. I wonder if he wins the Australian Open, if he'll still play Buenos Aires.
I would hope not, because I think it's a little much. Buenos Aires, Rio, Indian Wells, Miami.
Yeah. I think he'll pull out of Buenos Aires if he wins, or even gets to the final. Or even gets to the semifinal. Actually, I don't know. Maybe. It's not that much difference.
Yeah, to me, it's definitely a little much to see him in the Buenos Aires Rio list again. Like last year, it was obvious because he was starting his season in February, so he was like a little behind on schedule, needed more matches. Did he really make it? Oh my goodness! I thought that
he made it.
Must be out, but.
Hurkacz with an 8-7 5-set record. Medvedev 5-9. They both played about the same number. And actually, did you know that they both are born on February 11th?
Really?
Yeah.
I actually checked Hurkacz's birthday just 2 days ago, so I knew when he was born. And I guess I remember that Medvedev was born around the time when he became number 1, I think. But literally wouldn't tell you that it's 11th of February, obviously, because how would I know that? But yeah, I have no idea. It's not the same year though, right? It's a year of
1 year apart. So Medvedev is a year older.
1 year apart. Yeah.
Of course, Juan Carlos Ferrero born on February 12th.
Of course, everyone knows it.
Yeah. Common knowledge. No, I mostly just know that because he shares a birthday with my dad.
I know that Juan Pablo Varias and Alex Graskin
Yeah, I
share a
know that
birthday.
too.
He
He's
won't
mentioned
shut
it
up
a few
about it.
times.
He won't shut up about it. Yeah.
Has he told you that you look like Pedro Martinez? Maybe I told you that. I don't remember now.
I don't think so. I don't think you told me. I've
Previously
heard
then.
things like that before. I've heard. I don't know if Pedro Martinez specifically, but I understand the type of also like hair you're going for. So yeah, I get it. It's just out, right?
Wow. Just
I think
out,
yeah.
yeah.
Hurkacz
He missed it.
breakpoint. Medvedev serving volleys. He ducks, and it turns out to be a good decision, as the return is. I
Oh,
don't
and he
know if
finds another
just
first
out.
serve. Did he make that?
'Cause,
Yeah, he did make it. Oh, okay. So 2 first serves there. Hmm.
yeah, there was a breakpoint, but he didn't really have a shot of clinching that, I guess.
He
It
kind
was
of
like at the
needs
body as well.
Medvedev to give him a second serve. Medvedev is like 1 in 5 this set in second serve points.
1 in 5?
Yeah.
1 in 5 isn't okay. Never mind. I thought he's only getting his first
Whoa,
serve.
look at this
1
point.
in 4.
Whoa, what a point!
Uh-huh.
Hubert Hurkacz. Holy cow. Wow.
Are you becoming a Hubert Hurkacz fan now?
No, but that was awesome. Wow. That was the
I'm just
point of the
watching
match.
it. Oh yeah, now I see it.
Wow.
What about the one with the tweener earlier?
Yeah, maybe. These two are like the standouts.
Yeah,
I thought this was
got really good
even more
control on the
impressive
lob
because
for
that was
yeah.
sick.
Obviously at
sick.
full speed, it's really hard to make this lob, especially.
Yeah. No, and also the final volley. That was amazing.
The volley was good, but it didn't have to be that good. Like Medvedev was out of position, right? But yeah, the lob at full speed is probably the standout shot here. Just very hard to get it in like that, get any control over the ball. And
Medvedev coming up clutch though, another big serve at deuce, and then
he's also been pretty
he also
efficient
had a-
wrapping these points up this much.
Yeah.
Like it can be tough for both players actually when you get a block return like this.
I still think Medvedev is feeling it physically, but he's finding first serves. Like he's huffing and puffing, you know, like it's
he's a train.
yeah. He's like having to dig really deep. Oh wow, he gets it. That time on a second serve. What a hold.
I mean, gets it. What a return.
Oh yeah, I guess this is the third consecutive top 10 matchup on this court. For the men's anyway.
Are all the finalists in the top 10? Or the quarterfinalists? I don't know where Fritz was before the event.
Fritz was
the
12th.
Minor was 12. So how is it third consecutive?
I guess this commentator is just wrong then. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess if you're going by it's not officially then, yeah. Because Fritz, I think, what will Fritz be after this tournament? Like, yeah, Fritz will be 9th, 10th. Yeah, no, 9th, yeah. Tsitsipas is barely in the top 10, like just keeping it alive.
Yeah, but if he can get something in February, March, then defend his clay points, he could be fine. But yeah, it's I don't know. what the adjective to use here is, but like it's becoming a little funny how he's like completely irrelevant at the moment.
I know he
Like
is.
he
He is
really
starting
isn't
to
a threat
feel.
for any big title really right now.
Yeah, not at the moment. Of course, he was almost in the Paris final.
Yeah, but was he a threat for that title?
No, he was going to lose to Djokovic.
Yeah.
Like the difference is, a year ago he was still like getting to those Djokovic Alcaraz matches. Now he's just not really a factor to get that deep. Okay, so Medvedev will serve for a place in the final. 4.
Yeah, we've had some twists in this match. Of course, Medvedev being up a break in the first set, he lost it. Medvedev being up a break in the in the first set he won it, but he was up a break and then it got to a tiebreak. In the fourth set, he was up a break and he lost it. So maybe it's not over yet, but right now just a few easy points and it might be pretty much done. 44-25 in the longer rallies in the entire match for Medvedev, but Hurkacz 100-76 on 0-4 shots. I mean, you very rarely see an edge like this on 0-4 shots and the player isn't winning. But then again, Hurkacz actually has won 10 more points in total so far, 11, I think, even. So,
Yeah.
So that's also part of it.
You also never see that many 5+ shots rallies.
That's true, yeah. The breakdown is definitely closer than usually.
These matches are just a worse version of Djokovic Murray.
There's actually been the same amount of medium length rallies than as long rallies, which also is fairly unusual, I guess.
Yeah, that's quite unusual. Ooh. Well, I don't know what the percentages is, but like mostly it's like at least 70% of the points are going to be 0-4, if not more. Like around between 2/3 to 3/4.
What percentage you said? 70?
Yeah, like around 70%.
Yeah. I think that's true. I think it's about 70%. In let's say average men's match main tour, it's probably about 70%. Yeah.
Ooh, Medvedev coming forward there. Nice. That's a good volley. He was serving and volleying as well in the previous game when he was breakpoint down, remember?
Yes, and he also went to the net on the first point here.
So that's a little bit getting himself out of his comfort zone.
Yeah, and keeping it short, which might be important for him at the moment. And well, that ace is definitely
to go quietly.
That ace is definitely keeping things short.
Wow. Yeah, Medvedev just sort of found another gear in the fifth, impressively. Yeah, that's kind of when I was doing my preview video today for this matchup. I was really unsure who to give the edge to, but I just sort of gave Medvedev the intangibles, when it comes to like rising to the occasion if it does go to a fifth. Because for Hurkacz, he's still, he's just not used to making slam runs this deep.
He's generally pretty weak under pressure.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, I just trust him more. I trust Medvedev more in the pressure points, especially if it goes to a deciding set.
And will this
Not
match
really, yeah,
finish
this time he
on a
does.
very long rally?
Yeah, 20 shots.
Oh, but it's not going to finish on it. Well, it might finish on another long rally soon, but at least not yet. The king of Poland again, but he also has like a giraffe. No, what was it, like an antelope on his
Yeah, he's very
on his
animated.
shirt. So I guess it's like a king of Poland and Australia at the same time. No, it's a kangaroo, I suppose. Now that I look at it more closely,
He flew all the way here to support Hurkacz.
or maybe he lives in Australia. No,
Yeah, that's possible. Oh wow! Look at that. Finishes it with a backhand down the line and drop shot combo. And a little bit of a weird dance and seals the victory. Very gutsy at the end. Yeah, he had to dig pretty deep to get that. So that's a pretty good win. Not playing his best tennis, but still able to come through and guess third semifinal in a row at a major. So wow, yeah, that was a good effort. 4 hours. The top 4 seeds were about to get a top 4 seed semifinal lineup for the first time since 2013. If Alcaraz does beat Zverev.
yeah, Medvedev's. I guess this is like the motto of his event, what you said about getting through, not really playing his best, but
Yeah.
Well, I had Steve Flink's prediction is not so solid anymore, Vanch.
All right, I got one over him finally.
Oh, you went for Medi, did you?
Yeah, I went for Medi in 5. But yeah, it's one of those, like we were saying yesterday, it's
a lottery match.
It's
Hurkacz won 10 more points. It's a
10 more points.
Yeah, I mean he won one set.
Yeah, that makes sense. He won the first set, won the second set 6-2.
Yeah.
So that'll give him more points.
It's lottery basically.
Yeah, you can't really.
Of course, the lottery went Medvedev's way.
It kind of makes sense.
Partially because Hurkacz didn't really take that. The couple of times he had like the physical edge for a while and the momentum, he didn't really convert it. Third set, fifth set. But well.
I didn't take as much stock in the head-to-head as many people were. I mean, Miles joined the chat at the beginning of the match to say, well, for me, it's all about head-to-head, and Hubie won the match at Grand Slam. Yeah, but that was Wimbledon. I don't know when it was, 2 years ago.
Also, there's a bit more to it. I mean, he was 2 sets to 1 down, and then they returned the next day in very different conditions, and Medvedev plays a very sloppy set and a half. So it's not exactly like it. It's not like he actually won. That was also a lottery match. Oh, let's just call it like that. Both the matches they played at slams.
And then also Halle was a grass court tournament. So it's actually 3-1 now to Medvedev on a hard court. So
yeah, but then again, Canada. I told you about it earlier, right?
Yeah, it was. But yeah, was the difference mental today? Do you think that was just a slight? I mean, I liked what Vanch said about the invariables or the intangibles. That you probably just trust Medvedev a little bit more.
Was it mental today? In a way, I mean, there might be a lot of reasons why he wasn't really able to capitalize on what he had after the second set and after the fourth set. But certainly Medvedev paced himself a little bit better, and after things like that, he was able to recover. He was able to just not play a horrific game in the fifth like Hurkacz kind of did, or maybe a game where he again isn't aggressive and when he again gets dragged into the longer rallies.
He looked pretty rough at the end of that fourth set, didn't he, Vanch? Though Daniil.
Yeah, he did. Honestly, it seemed like if it would continue in that direction, that he was not going to have enough left in the tank. But he sort of just proved that you can't count him out even when he's looking that disheveled and spent, because like he did like find another gear in that game that he broke Hurkacz, and he was just more courageous at the end. Like he was serving and volleying a few times, coming forward, serving his first serve finally bailed him out of some big points and situations, and he was still winning most of the longer rallies. So at the end, he kind of just paced himself better. I think probably just managed the ebbs and flows of the 5-set format a bit better. I think overall kind of showed his experience in a way, because he'd been in so many semifinals now on hard courts. So and then overall, he was always a guy that you would trust a bit more under pressure, even if Hurkacz does have some things tactically in the matchup, like with the backhand slice and the way he can come forward, finish at net, obviously the serve. So you knew it was always going to be super close, like 50-50, but you knew in the big moments, like Hurkacz was going to miss that forehand or shank a backhand, and Medvedev was probably just going to make him play and just ask more questions. So
physically, do you think the semi-final might be a problem for him?
I mean, he still gets a day. He still gets the day off tomorrow, right? And then it's a night match for him, because Djokovic Center will be in the day, so should be enough time to recover. I mean, it won't be as fresh as Alcaraz, I'm assuming, overall, but
if Alcaraz wins,
if Alcaraz even gets there, and depending on how physical the match is with Zverev. But I don't know. I kind of think like new day off, he should be fine physically.
He's the underdog against Alcaraz, and honestly, he might be the underdog against Zverev if we see a very good performance from Sasha today.
I don't know. I don't know about this Zverev, but definitely against Alcaraz.
I mean, if it goes 5 and Zverev is struggling physically, and that's back-to-back 5 setters that Zverev would have had.
Again, we'll see what happens today, but later on. But it is a possibility. I could potentially go into the semifinals of Zverev Medvedev seeing Daniil as an underdog based on what I've seen so far in this event. But of course, it depends how Zverev beats Alcaraz and how it looks. But if it's Alcaraz, then clearly Carlos will be the favorite.
Yeah. All right. Unless you've got anything else to add, Vanch, I think we can call that a day, call it a night, call it a morning, whatever it is, wherever you are. I mean, I know where you are, Vanch. It's late at night.
Yeah, I think we pretty much covered it all. It's like 11 p.m. Still got a couple of matches left.
I think California, might not be a bad place to watch the Australian Open. You get
it's
a lot
not actually
more.
The day session is pretty nice. You can
the day session, but the night is rough, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, but you get a session. I mean, New York, for example, you get a bit, but then it gets much worse. It gets much worse quicker.
You know what, John? Basically, California for the Australian Open is Europe for the US Open.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally,
it's basically exactly the same. But also
exactly.
The East Coast is better for the Europe time zone, because for me, if I want to watch Roland Garros day session, I pretty much have to wake up at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. even for Wimbledon. So,
Asian swing as well is pretty rough for you, I think, right?
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Whereas for us, at least the main tour events, they are like literally during the day. So
Asian swing is probably the worst. It's probably worse than Australia for us. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, US Open isn't too bad for Europeans, I think, because at least we get sort of 5 p.m. start. It's not bad. I like that.
Yeah, it's the last match that is the issue, and
of course, but you get
Sinner's Zverev has us at 7 a.m. sitting like that on the stream.
I know. But even if you look at the European slams like Wimbledon and the French, the average person going to work 9 to 5, let's say, they're not watching much tennis until the sort of not quite the night session, but that sort of ballpark area, and yet New York, you got the 5 till midnight bit, 5 till 1 a.m. if you want to have a late night, like I'm fine with having. So yeah, it's not too bad. And the final of the US Open tends to start about 9-10 o'clock at night, I think, something like that. Maybe a little bit earlier, 8 o'clock at night. So it's not
even 9ish. Yeah, I think US Open is actually my favorite slam in terms of the time zone, because I go to sleep late at night anyway. Usually when they're like, if it's no like tennis doesn't influence my sleep schedule, then I go to sleep at like 2-3 a.m. anyway. which means that basically the US Open, I just get to watch everything. I just go to sleep like 2 or 3 hours later, which isn't bad. And Roland Garros and Wimbledon, like real life can interfere because, it's during the day and I might have some other things to do. But the US is actually the best for me when it comes to the time zone, I think.
Anyway, let's call it a day, call it a night, whatever. Anyway, and thank you, Vanch, for coming on today.
Yep, good stuff.
And Damien, fingers crossed you can do some or most of Qinwen Zheng and Carlos Alcaraz. I've got a few people supposedly coming and going. Jack, fingers crossed, can come and go a little bit during the Zverev Alcaraz match. Mario may be putting in an appearance during one of those two matches as well, and Darius, the new boy, as well, will come along for a little while too. So hopefully, at least to alleviate some of the pressure, and I can start Qinwen Zheng. I always think I can do the first 2, 3, 4, 5 games of Qinwen Zheng.
So what do you start work?
9:40.
Oh,
9:40.
okay.
So basically, if they start at 9:15 or 9:20, 9:25,
they'll probably start like 9:25 or 9:30. But
even then, that's 2 or 3.
You might sit down for 15 minutes. Why not?
Yeah, exactly. All right, guys. Take care. Speak to you soon. And to everyone else, thanks for tuning in. And you know the drill. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Ready. Play.
Good afternoon from Malaga and good morning from somewhere central in the US, right, Craig?
Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas is the capital, right?
It is the capital of Texas, exactly.
Lance Armstrong, is that his?
This is Lance's country. He spent a lot of time. It's a lot of undulating terrain, a lot of hills, great for biking. Biking is everywhere here.
Are you a biker?
My wife is. No, I was out on my bike this morning on my mountain bike, running my dogs on the trail behind my house. So that's about the extent of my biking.
Craig, you're certainly an early riser, and I noticed it from your picks at Wimbledon this year as you were enjoying the early opportunities to taste and savour centre court. But we're not here to talk about Wimbledon. That's for the European summer. We're in the midst of European winter, although fortunately here in Malaga it's still pretty sunny. So let's get to Turin. You were there, right?
Yes, I was. Yeah, for the almost the entire time. I came back Saturday and then did a report for the ATP on Sunday here from Austin.
Got it. Okay. Let's begin with the final. I think we have to. The first question I have for you regarding the final is sort of where was it won and lost, especially thinking about the round robin stage and some of the differences between those two matches?
Yeah, I was courtside, front row, right on the baseline for the round robin match between Novak and Yannick. And when Novak gets a little passive, when he's not quite, dictating out there on the court, he hits too many backhands. That's the MO. He always has. When I worked with him 2017 to 2019, I was always cognizant of the backhand to forehand ratio. When he's humming, he's looking for that runaround forehand. The runaround forehand has 3 benefits. It's upgrade, double, and freeze. The upgrade is I'm putting the forehand and the backhand as the sword and the shield. So when the ball is hit to his backhand, instead of him using his shield, he puts the shield down and picks the sword up. From the back of the court, it's about 75% winners from the forehand side. So certainly when he hits the runaround forehand, which accounts for the majority, the runaround forehand for Novak in the ad court has more forehand winners than forehands in the juice court. So it's a big deal. It's a big deal to hit the runaround forehand. Secondly, you can double the target area. You can go inside in, inside out, much easier than with the backhand. The backhand sometimes is even inside out going down the line. And lastly is that you freeze the opponent so that when you do the run around forehand, they can't tell from your positioning where it's going. So upgrade double freeze really makes the run around forehand very, very potent. And when Novak's not hunting that and he's settling for backhand, sometimes when he gets nervous, he knows the backhand's going to go in. He doesn't mind hitting backhands, but it's not really hurting opponents. He got away with it in Paris. In the final, he had a lot of backhands. But in this match, Sinner was crushing backhands. He was just roping them to, corner to corner through the ad court. And it was to Sinner's benefit. And Novak, didn't really pick that up. He was cruising till 5-all in the first set, 5-all 40 love. And he loses that game. He got tight. He served a double folded deuce. Sinner was crushing balls. He hit Novak served and volleyed at 40 love. Probably shouldn't have because it gave Sinner a target. Sinner hit a backhand winner that went right through the line. And from then on, Novak immediately got into it with the crowd. The arms are going up. And he got distracted. And he didn't see the game plan as clearly as he needed to. And Sinner was just dominating ad court exchanges. Sinner was the one wearing the pants from the baseline. And because Novak was distracted, he didn't pick up on all of this. So for the rest of the match, he was, even though it's 7-6 in the third, it was one of those matches where it was just a matter of time. Jannik was always had the better strategy. Novak was having to dip into higher risk patterns of play. And, Jannik won. But in the final, he adjusted. I don't know whether he read my analysis. It kind of looks like the carbon copy of what he should do if he had read it. But he came out firing. He came out looking for forehands. He came out dictating with his forehands. He said he changed strategy. So we're going to assume he did. And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you make that adjustment? So he played much better and much more strategically in his favor in the final. Sorry, John, I can't hear you right now.
I put myself on mute, Craig, and forgot to take it off.
Yeah, well, that happens to the best of us.
Maybe that happened to Novak in his first encounter, and it didn't happen to him in the final with Sinner. What I was really interested in, it's great that we've got you on right now, because actually strategy was something that was mentioned quite a bit by both players in a way. That Jannik said he expected a different Novak in the final and a different strategy. Novak talked about some of the things that happened to him in his press conference, I think, in the first match when he said he was maybe a bit too passive in the big moments and the big points, and that wouldn't happen again. And of course, they did end up playing in the final. So I thought that sort of conversation, I think I remember Jannik saying something like, I know he's got a plan, or I know he's going to be different in the final. And I thought that element was particularly intriguing, but particularly how the final went. If we got the same result, then we could have maybe thrown changes of plans and strategies out the window. But because we got a wildly different result, I thought that was particularly intriguing. What about Sinner? What could and should he have done maybe different in the final?
Yeah, and just before I answer that, going back to what you said, the other layer of that is it's a monumental achievement to beat Novak at any stage, especially in a year like this where he's dominating so much. I think he only lost 6 matches for the entire year. But to beat him once, congratulations, that's awesome. To beat him twice in a row, almost impossible. Almost impossible. So the fact that Jannik had won the first encounter, I think just in general, from a belief standpoint, from now Novak's got a lot more motivation. He's got revenge on his side. He's got the final. He's got his legacy. He's got, adding to his career. I think he's up to 98 or 99 tournament victories now. To beat Novak twice in a row is literally almost impossible. So Jannik had that against him. Jannik tapped out early and panicked too early in the point in the final. And I would give Novak a lot of credit for that, because Novak came out pummeling forehands. His average forehand speed was much higher than Jannik's. I don't remember exactly, but it was significantly higher. And so now Yannick's playing a little bit more off the back foot. Yannick's forehand, historically, is the side that can get loose. You know, his backswing is quick. His backswing is quite big. He goes after it. You know, he doesn't have a great defensive forehand when he gets pushed into that corner, position A, out wide in the juice court. That's historically where he starts spraying forehands. He is improving in that area. It did get better, but he wasn't tested in that area in the round robin stage because there was just so many backhand exchanges. But in the final, Novak made sure that he brought extra speed to that corner and extra pressure to that corner. And early on, I wrote about, I think, Novak hit, his first 11 forehands. I think he extracted 4, 5, maybe even 6 errors from Yannick's side of the court. And right from the start, Novak going up 3-1, it just had a completely different feel than the semifinal. And you just tell on Yannick's face, he wears, even though he's by far the strongest mentally / emotionally of the entire group, out of the 8 players, he doesn't get as upset, he doesn't get as mad, he doesn't get as frustrated, he doesn't slam his knee 8 times in a row like Rublev's doing out there. He keeps the toys in the pram and goes about his business. But you can just tell on his face early on is like, this is a different deal. This is going to be much tougher. And Novak was coming at him, and that's why he couldn't dictate nearly as much as he did in the round robin, because it was much more of a forehand dominated match rather than backhand.
Do you think with Yannick in that final that there was any difference as well in terms of expectation, in terms of the pressure that would obviously building throughout the week with every match that he was winning so incredibly? I think his backhand was on fire in the semi-final against Medvedev, but also Italy was getting a bit of tennis fever, I think, and the Carotto boys and the emotion within the stadium. And do you think that may have played any particular role, particularly as Yannick took a set and a half to settle to some extent? I mean, maybe we're taking away a bit from Novak in terms of his incredible performance, but just looking at Sinner, was he, pulling the trigger too quickly is something you touched on, panicking a bit too early in rallies? Was that a mental thing, do you think, at all?
Yeah, we didn't see this problem up until the final. So it was a Davis Cup style crowd in there. The Italians have finally got someone that they can get behind. Certainly there was Berrettini for a while, but not at the ATP finals. He played a set and rolled his ankle, and Matteo's been missing at this event. So to have Yannick there, the Italians just went ape droppings. It was unbelievable, the amount of energy in that stadium, and that's a good thing. That's a great thing for our sport. And it didn't bother Novak until he got down, until he was, behind. Then he's a little negative and he's a little pissed off, and he's like, okay, I'm going to go engage this crowd because I need to let out some of this energy. I need to, kind of press the pressure meter, and sometimes he screams at his box, which happened less in this event. There's still a little bit, but happened less. But boy, was he was so locked on, so positive, so ready to go, and things were very clear in his mind. So I think from the final, we go back to the 3 round robin matches in the semi-final. Yannick was in superb form. He played extremely well, and we just didn't see him kind of shocked and bullied around the court like we did in the final. So I think I don't think it was the crowd, because Yannick had that for 4 matches. I think the crowd helped him. I think he handled that well. I just think it was Novak finding the right game plan. Thank you, Craig, and going and executing it and ripping forehands and taking it to him instead of hoping the opponent was going to give it to him.
Fair enough. Let's have a quick look at 1 or 2 other players that did take part, at least, albeit that they got taken apart, or on one of these occasions got taken apart by Novak, and that's Carlos. Where does Carlos need to improve in these conditions, in particular, indoors in Turin, to take the next step?
Yeah, I watched his first match, and he looked very, I say very average. for the number 2 player in the world, for how amazing he is. He set the bar so high, and the problem for Carlos wasn't this event. It was the lead up to this event. It was fractured. There was problems with injury. There was problems with plantar fasciitis. I just had it for a year in my right foot. I couldn't shake it for a year.
Yeah,
it's a horrible thing because it hurts like crazy. It hurts your movement. He also had a lower back problem. So at least, we know of those 2 things. There's probably 2 or 3 other niggles that he had. So his preparation wasn't good. And I would put down his not making the final. I mean, he's still, even though after that first loss, he still made it out, but he's just not quite there at the moment. The forehand's spraying too much. The forehand's too big. He needs, because he's off a little bit, he needs to defend a little bit more, and stay in the point and get his reps and make the opponent change direction under duress rather than him changing direction. So, I think Carlos did about as good as he possibly could with the lead-in that was just not ideal for him.
What about Daniil Medvedev? Where does he go from here? I mean, actually, this time a year ago, the future and the immediate future looked pretty bleak for Daniil, having had the sort of post-Australia hangover, if you like, that carried on throughout the year. And in fact, we had a resurgence in February of this year. And actually, I guess, outside of the slams, and you could even say with the slams, if you think about Wimbledon and the US Open, but he's actually had a good year in a way. So what about